Good morning, evening, or good night. Welcome to the Inforunners. I'm XQ, joined by some baby. I don't know who it is, but what happened to your face? I don't know. What's going on?
It's young man Aloysius Hurston.
Yeah, I don't know, guys. What's going on? Look at his face. It's like the caterpillar fell off. I'm the old man today. Like, this is weird.
Yeah,
Freaked me out.
It's young man Aloysius Hurston today. So yeah,
freaking me out. That looks good. And you were saying the kids at school were freaking out too.
yeah. Some of them were wasn't wearing the contacts on the day I did it as well, and someone recognised that the glasses were gone. Some would recognise, and then their friends would say, "But he shaved his beard," and others would go, "Where's his beard?" And someone was, "Oh, the glasses are gone," and it was, "Oh, it looks awesome. I like the beard better. Why'd you shave it?" And it was a whole
you look like you need one of the canes so you can do this now. The old dance, but yeah, like you set up for that.
Right.
All right, so what do we got today? So I think you and I are going to talk a little bit about the Scorpius Terries. I'm actually kind of half expecting that at ISC today. I don't know about you. And then I guess we'll have ISC. Actually, I do need to start the bot, don't I? Always forget that. So we'll have your guys' questions as well. That's interesting. I don't know if you can see that, Algared, but it says it can't find live. That is not good. Uh-oh. That is not good.
Oh, it is up live. I can see it working.
Yeah, I mean the bot can't find live, so that's not good. This is not going to work. There's something wrong with the bot. No.
This is not good.
Oh no, it worked. Cool.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad that's worked because I was dreading having to scroll through trying to hunt down questions in YouTube. It would have been
we have not had to lower ourselves to the regular. No,
that's right.
No, it's not working. Oh no, it's okay.
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
Questions work.
Hold on.
It just hasn't picked up any of the older questions by the look of it.
It's not working on. Uh-oh. Yeah, so it's working on Twitch, but not working on shit.
YouTube.
I need to reach out to. Damn it! All right, so we're gonna have to take. No. So what we'll do, Algared, is we'll take questions from the normal one like we do from Twitch, but what we'll do is we'll start a Q&A, and take the questions as Q&A questions. So we're gonna be doing two at once today. Say something. What's your question?
So we've got to go. Ugh.
Yeah, we'll have to, I don't know what's happened there, but something's happened to the bot, obviously.
We've got to go like we have a streamer.
Yeah, we're gonna lower ourselves to. We're so used to the bot, we've been dependent on it.
Yeah, sorry, I've got to do that as old man Hurston. Now that's not something a Hurston wants to do. Become like the masses.
It's just not the same. It's just not the same. It's just so different. Anyway, all right. All right. So I don't know. What do you want to kick it off with today? Is there anything you actually specifically want to talk about that's happened this week? I guess the big one for me is 3.18 going live to everyone. Have you actually had a chance to get in play since it went live to everyone? I haven't.
No,
I've been rather busy.
The last couple of weeks I haven't had a chance to get in, but I have been keeping tabs that 3.18 has gone PTU to everyone, wave 3. That's always a good sign. Like they do that when they really want to do that final stress test before they go to the big world. And you find some of the smaller patches they might go, Evercardia wave 1, wave 2 live.
Yeah.
But the really big ones they do that, or over the Christmas break one they'll often do that wave 3 where they get a lot more data and stuff. So I always see that as a really good thing. It shows you that things are looking stable and not long. So, but I've got to say, Super Kobe, I'm actually not clean shaven. I didn't shave this morning. So there you go. All
right. So there's a question here by MK84. He goes, anyone remember which patch had the longest PTU one? The one I always go back to, I can't remember the date, was that one that went for like 8.5 months. That was pretty long. And that was like generally one gap. Like there was, like, it's not like last year where we got incremental patches. There was just like nothing for 8.5 months. And that was a really long one.
Yeah, I think that one really kind of built up the that was one probably that led to a lot of people feeling, oh no, they're in trouble, because there was nothing. It was just, like flatlining. Bing, clear.
Yeah, yeah, I think has to be one of the longest ones that we've gone through. And I know it was hard last year for a lot of people, but like that, most of what we see in games, even in a single player, is back end, right? It's just that you got to remember we've also got these massive back end parts in this game, like it because of all the networking stuff, and this is why they don't do a lot of that stuff in other games, because it just takes too long, and that's why publishers kind of try to do the bare minimum, because it's like, well, if you've got to do all this extra stuff, it doesn't bear fruit. There's a diminishing returns when it comes to, R&D. And so basically, you need someone really passionate, this non-publisher model is the only way it would get done. Like I look back at COVID, right, and what we've just kind of come through, and you can see it last year and the year before. A lot of the games were just given that slated 3 to 4 year window, and they weren't allotted extra time. Like, so the publishers are like, well, we usually give you 3 years. That's all you're going to get. Chuck it out the door now. That they're so cookie cutter that they don't allow for things, and it let's be honest, like we're in COVID 2.5 years. That stuff that's traveling along, it's going to take that 3 years for all that to pass, and then the good stuff's going to come back again, because people have moved back. You know what I mean? It takes time to pass.
Yeah, and as good as internet is, and as good as video conferencing is, it doesn't come anywhere near that collaboration you get when you're in the room with someone. And that ability to actually have someone just pop over, you look at your shoulder and have a look, or do that, and that that live that virtual bar citizen we had, where Brian Chambers turned up, and he was saying, his department, he's saying, I got to the point, I needed Chris to be able to look over my shoulder and say blah blah blah. I needed him here, and COVID just stopped that. And that's Brian saying that. What about the little Joe Blogs down at the terminal 64Z third basement down, who's working on something? If he can't communicate with his people and have them, collab with him on the spot there, everything just slows down. And
I think a really good kind of example, and I like to put it in a phrase that normal people can probably understand, is it's like text versus audio and then video. Like those 3 different levels, as you go up, there's just more and more contact points. When you and I talk face to face, it's very different. Even in the tier list show we did during the weekend, right? We've been talking with the boys for 2 months in text, organizing that. But then when we're all in one room, there's just an energy there that's just not there normally, because we're all there, and it's like, cool, finally everyone's here. And I can only imagine what it's like as developers to be kind of like isolated in your little cubicles, so to speak. And I say cubicle, but really they're all in their own homes. But you get what I mean, right? If you're just there, where's the inspiration? Where's the bounce? I look at this cool thing that I did, and that inspires someone else to do something else, and it just. But if you've ever done anything creative, and I'm sure everyone, even going back to high school, even if you're drawing with crayon, you get inspired by things, and just being in that sterile, I'm at home environment, I think it's taken a lot of that. And the reason I'm saying this is it's not just for Star Citizen. You could see it's affected the entire industry, movies, games, TV shows, everything. The standard has just, and I mean as general here, right? I'm talking on the average, dropped over COVID, because people were sadder, more depressed, not as creative, because they didn't have that vibe. And I think, I hope we're turning that corner now, and we're just going to get through this last bit. It's literally going to take up like literally 3/4 of this decade. I was talking with a friend about it earlier this week, because it's going to be like 2026 before we're really possibly clear of it, so to speak. So we've still got a couple of years to go, but yeah, scary times. All right. I hope we actually answered that really long-winded, tangenty question there for you.
but I was going to say, like, with the the model we've got in terms of the way in which
Mm.
the development and goes. Chris has said, and everyone does admit, when you've got a player base that's playing constantly, it does slow things down.
Yeah.
Just doing stuff to go live slows it down. And as you said, it is why developers don't generally do it. I think the thing that makes it possible is when you don't have a publisher saying, I want it and I want it now. I want that product, that polished product out the door and being sold now.
Yeah.
So no, we're not doing a playtest, we're not doing this. Whereas Star Citizen, because we are basically the publisher in a sense, we're the ones funding it. There's that onus to get the have it being playable all along. So yes, it slows down the finished product.
Yeah.
But it means in the interim we're getting more than we would normally. But that also enables them to test and have a better iterative testing model. So it is a weird situation. But I think, as you said, it could only happen because of what we've got.
It's a weird juxtaposition, though, isn't it? It's like, because everyone else is so used to other games, they're like, I want it now. But if they actually had it now, it would be really hot garbage. That's the other part of it, you know what I mean? Like, we wouldn't be here if this is under... I think you've just kind of said that, but I've just kind of, like, summarized it. Yeah. All right. Space Tech has a question, and he asks, Antares is looking really good or really meh, depending on what the pilot can use. What are expectations for pilot controls? I'll say really quickly, I think it comes down... My last real question for Algared is it a two-seater or a one-seater? That's the only bit of information we don't really have. And for me, it's the first really snare ship that's... Okay, I should say the first. It's the most combat proficient with a snare. I think that's probably... Or a dampener, or a QED. And I think that makes it really interesting. For me. What about you?
My concern is it's another fighter. And I know that's...
Agreed.
Everything is fighter-based, and yet the game is not solo player-based. It's group-based, so that I've got that problem.
Yeah.
My other problem is when we had the first EMP come out, on the Warlock, and it was... These systems are so power hungry, they've got to be in big ships. And even though the Avenger's not a big ship, they literally gutted the whole back section just to put this EMP in. When the quantum interdiction device came in, the QED, it had to be on a Mantis, which was basically that and nothing else, because it was so power hungry. And then we got a very small one on the Hawk, and then we got another one on the... then we got the EMP on the Razor, and now it's... And so it's... the rules shouldn't have changed, but these are so power hungry, they need bigger ships because of that, and yet it seems that they're going smaller, and that either means the systems are really, really limited, or should be really, really limited in size and what they can do, or...
Just real quick,
they've broken the rules. So yeah.
Minty Fizz on Twitch is saying that there's an image on Facebook of it being a two-seater. Can you link that to me, Minty Fizz, if you're hearing me? Because I haven't seen that yet. Algared, have you seen that yet? I haven't seen that. So if anyone's got that, link it through to us, please.
I haven't seen that. All I had heard was that that it lost its turret in 4. The QED and the
it was really obvious it had to give something up. The other
my thought was if it's lost the turret, then it's lost the second seat. That was where my mind went automatically. So
yeah, I got it, Minty. Sorry you got neutered by the bot, but I did get it. Thank you, mate.
Yep.
Right, just opening it now. There's Adventure, Vulture. There's Vulture. Oh, okay. I think he means this one. Hang on.
Senkura says it's on the SC, the Star Citizen Twitter as well. So.
Yep. All right, 2 seconds. Hang on. It's over. I don't know if it's gonna work. I haven't got it set up today. No, it's not set up. Typical.
But you can see a second a second person in the back there. So even in that one,
you know what it is? It's cause I had it set up for tier list show. That's what it is.
Mhm.
I hide this and then yeah, super organized today. There we go. Right. So yeah, that's obviously means it's still a 2-seater.
Yep.
Does that change anything for you?
It does change it slightly because hopefully it means that the person controlling that QED device and whatever is the co-pilot rather than the pilot. So
Yeah.
but it's still it's for me it's still the problem of small ships having these systems that were said to be so big they needed to be in larger ships. And
Yeah.
how can it be a devastating QED or devastating EMP if it's on a small ship that doesn't have the power system able to able to run it? And like even the blue had it was taking up space and power on the blue, and so for me I'm torn.
Yeah. So I think my concern would be as the second person, I think there's so much less to do without there being a turret. But then again, on the upside, you're going to be way better defended on the shields because obviously you're going to be on that. The EMP, the snare, and the dampening will all be, top notch having a dedicated person.
Yep.
But man, that gameplay is going to be a bit boring. Then on the other side of it, the ship itself for this patch, it really does speak to this patch. The piracy, like how popular the Mantis is with pirates and the Warlock. I can see why they've made this ship. They're trying to take the Mantis and the Warlock and go, hey, cool, guys, we've got this upgrade into this now. And I think the person to talk to would be Mongrel Squad and Agent. I might go have a chat to him and say, hey, what's your take on on the thing. Sorry, I just got a massive wall of ticks there. You can see from someone on
I could see it being the Warlock is great, the Mantis is great, people are using them. Let's combine them because we can get more money.
Yeah,
and I can't blame them for that because hey,
yeah.
But
the Scorpius was popular too, so you can see why they picked it. They've taken a ship that's popular. Now, Algared, are you expecting it to be more expensive or the same or kind of less? Like I'm expecting at least a $20 bump, but what's your
definitely more expensive. Definitely more expensive. Just look at the Warlock.
Yeah, that's where my mind goes to.
And the Warlock was developed specifically as having the EMP. So when it came out, that price difference was EMP pricing. The blue's a bit harder because it was always a blue, and its device was added in its rework. It was never originally there. It was kind of, this would make sense for a police vehicle. Let's put it in. So it's harder to pick the price difference with the blue, but certainly for the Warlock we saw a price increase. So yeah, I'd expect.
Can you so I'm trying to think it through. The only real advantage to the EMP being on a ship is it kind of allows you to disable it when you're in combat. But I still think, again, being that first ship that's got the EMP and the QED is interesting. And I do see there is a potential need for it. I'm wondering how it's going to handle with the snare on and fighting and stuff like that. It could be. Is it a bit of a game changer? I think it could be, but until it comes in, I've got a feeling it's going to be. Well, the last time you and I went out in the Mantis and we were actively trying to snare each other, it was impossible. But you could stop. We could stop each other from warping with the snare, but we couldn't bring out with a warp bubble. It was just
we couldn't break the warp bubble when someone was already in warp. The biggest way I've seen, I don't think I've ever seen anyone do a video where they've actually sucked someone out of warp.
Yeah,
I often see the ship arrive, videos where a ship is doing something and they say, oh, ship coming, and you can see the red glow of it as it's putting on the warp interdiction device, and that's how even the Mantis seems to get used. And
when if anyone kind of would ever get pulled out, their first instinct is to like what happens with when you get pulled out by an NPC, they just turn and burn. They just that's the biggest defense, because 9 times out of 10 they don't can't quite see you yet because of the way the pull-out stuff works. But I don't know. Give it time.
Yeah.
I think it's going to change. I did suggest way back when that it's more like a magnet, so it actually pulls, because we know curving quantum travel is going to be a thing because of the planets. So you are going to have these curved splines. It'd be really cool if you could like turn it on and it worked like a magnet. So if you're just beside where the normal thing is, it tangents them out to you. That would be really cool. I don't know if they'll ever be,
So it works like a gravity well, rather.
Yeah, and then it pulls people to you, and I think that'll work a lot better because then you're getting that interaction where they like pop up right in front of you type of thing. It's more curated to that thing, and it sets up more things rather than this where are they and how far away they are, and because a lot of the time they're going to be right on the fringes. They're not going to, what is it, 20K? That's a fair distance that you could potentially hide in, so to speak. But I know that's right now, but not down the road.
So you probably need your your terrapin sitting there jacked up with its sensors so it can scan that whole 20-mile radius, so you can, or 20 kilometer out and hunt them down and butcher them. But
all right. Next question. Dan Little asks, is the wait, I gotta change it. Hang on. Select question. It says Dan Little 2010 says, is the 600i officially modular if there are modules sold as part of a pack? Yeah, I'd say it's officially modular. We've got an Explorer module and we've got a Touring module. Does that mean we'll get others down the line? Potentially. I think a real basic one, Algared, might be of a hint back to the lore here, but you can probably answer this better than me. But I'd almost expect a cargo module. You know what I mean? One that's
given that the 600i started life as a cargo ship, yes.
Yeah, and that's why I said
I fully expect that. So, it was built to solve an issue that the UE had. They had a cargo ship problem. They couldn't transport the cargo they needed, and came to the party and developed the 600i.
All right. Same question. Oh, another question by Dan Little, who says, we've seen a clean-shaven Algared. He can't spell your name properly. Algared.
No, it's one name. Everyone spells it wrong.
How many times do we see that comments where it's Alfred?
Alfred.
From the autocorrect on phones and stuff. Yeah, it's quite funny. Can we see a clean-shaven execute? Now, I have done clean-shaven quite a few times in the past, but I look super fucking weird. My nose just goes really big for some reason when I shave.
Look, I understand how you feel. I feel naked. I really do.
Yeah.
Is it gone? Is it gone?
And coming up to winter, I don't know if I want to remove my blankie. But you got to remember we're the opposite of you guys in the up over. So maybe I don't know. Maybe for charity I could do that. I'd do that for charity though. So I don't know. Maybe we maybe during Invictus, if we get enough donations for we're thinking about doing what we did in December with the starter pack stuff. So if we see enough for that, maybe I can work something out there. I don't know. We'll see. All right. Northrend Trooper asks, what was broken in 317 and earlier where 318 was fixed that made you happy? For me, it was the altimeter fix. So what was fixed in 318 for you, Algared, that you enjoyed?
Really care.
Really?
Didn't really pay attention to what's been fixed. I just figure, every patch is just an iteration of where the game's at the moment, and it's going to change.
Yeah.
It's like people bust their guts. Oh, I've got to earn this. I've got to do this. I've got to. Right? Why? It's going to be reset. Just enjoy the game. Don't worry about busting your gut to make funds and whatever. Just play and enjoy. And so maybe it's because I do have access to all the ships. So I'm not worried about grinding to get the ships, and maybe that's what people are at. I
think for me it was the big one for me that I'm just like sitting actively thinking about it was the refueling bug where you had to kick everyone out of the ship before you could refuel your ship. Now I don't have to do that. It just works. So,
I do really hope that they do fix the current refueling, like ship to ship refueling, because especially for atmosphere, because what happens is when you dock, the ship that's refueling, its engine's cut off. So if you're in atmosphere, the second you cut power, if you're in a heavier ship, you actually snap the boom.
Yeah.
So I'm looking for a time when it kind of, I'd love to see it where the refueling ship kind of takes control, like the autopilot, and just manages the thrusters just to keep them level. But that will come. It's just one of those. It's a quirk that I don't like at the moment, but it'll come. It's just steps.
All right, guys, we halfway through our questions already, so we do need more questions if you guys want us to keep streaming. I do know the bot is broken, so on YouTube you do have to go in and do the Q&A today. There's nothing I can do to fix the bot until we get it through to Piggles. This happens every once in a while when they change chat IDs on us, and so when they fix the chat IDs, I have to go back and Piggles has to find the chat ID for me so I can change it over. So,
but for those of you on Twitch, the bot is working.
Yeah, so go nuts on Twitch.
So go nuts on Twitch. Go to Twitch and watch Twitch and put your questions in there, and that'll make us happy because we won't have to worry about the Q&A. It'll screw up the algorithm on YouTube, but
I'm gonna have to save that image, Algared.
Which one?
The one from Facebook. That's actually a pretty good image. I might use that for a thumbnail. Right. Next question. Who are we up to? Northrend Trooper, yeah? So, Jack O'Neill, right, says Jack O'Neill, 3 Nomad, says, did you guys think 318 will go live this week? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was saying last week I'd be expected by today to be already out because it's pretty damn smooth. But as Algared said, I think they're crossing their T's and dotting their I's type of thing, so yeah.
Yeah, I remember you were thinking it was so smooth they just skip wave 3 and just go straight to live.
Yeah, because it's pretty smooth, and usually when it's smoother than usual. So when it's usually this smooth, they just push it out and move on. So yeah.
When I think whenever it's been a massive patch, they've always gone PTU live for wave 3 for everyone, and then they get that extra mass of people playing that gives them more data, and then they put it out to live, and then it breaks because everyone plays at that point. But yeah, that's just my view. I could be totally off a beam. It could be exactly how they do it. But yeah, it's just. But yeah, I expected once I heard it definitely gone to wave 3. I expect it's going to be out this weekend. That's my thought. This weekend at the latest. If it's not, then it'll certainly be out by the end of next week, I reckon. Unless something significantly, unless it falls over, if people are going and it just falls over, then it'll be out this week.
All right, we've got another question there by the same gentleman, 3 Nomad again. He says, do you think bringing the whole seat in game as soon as game so soon is a good thing to do, or should CIG wait till later? What do you do first?
CIG have always taken the view that they'd bring the ships in as soon as they could. And that's why we originally got ships like the Reclaimer in so early. They then switched that and said we won't, we'll bring the ships in as soon as we can when there's gameplay for them. The hull C was always being held up by the concertina of the ship. It wasn't necessarily the fact that it couldn't cargo. The cargo factor and the fact they've now got that concertinaing of a ship working says to me, you bring it in when you can, and they'll only make it better in terms of that cargo, how the cargo factor works. So yeah, bring it in. I don't think it's rushed. I think it's probably at this point at the right time. So,
Kilrath, thank you for the subscription with the Prime on Twitch. We'll get to your question. I guess that's the other advantage today. The Twitch people are going to get pushed forward a bit because there's less of them. But we'll get into those questions real soon. As in regard to the whole C, I think my biggest concern is, as always, is the gameplay there. So for me, I want to see some of those bigger cargo containers. And I would hope. I'm not saying that. In fact, I don't think I'm right in this regard. Right? It's a hope, a dream, if you will, that it instantly works with a raft. Right? I would love to see that gameplay straight away because I think it's just going to elevate the raft straight away.
Yeah.
And the other part of it, obviously, with Hull C, that's such a big difference in the sheer amount of cargo we've got. is Quanta and stuff like that. Like, it's going to break the game at the moment. Like, excuse me, there's not really anywhere that you can buy that vast amount of, unless I'm not aware of. Is there any that you're aware of where you can buy currently that sheer amount of cargo? So something's got to change.
And that's probably the issue. And I think there'll be, I expect that when you've got that much cargo, you'll be doing more of those regular cargo runs where, hey, we want you to take this much cargo, a bit like box missions, but just massively upscaled. We want you to take this whole sea load of cargo to these 3 locations, and you're dropping off elements of cargo to those 3 rather than picking up a box. That would be my thought. I suppose my big concern is, as you said, just that the sheer volume, and there not being an economy base that can support that. And
so I can see why 3 Nomads asking, like, is it too soon? I think it kind of hints to me that there is a couple of changes coming. There has to be, like, to kind of compensate for that, and there'd be the big 2, something to do with bigger cargo containers. So the other thing, I'll come back to that in just a sec, but the bigger cargo containers and something to do with Quanta. Now, if I come back to the bigger cargo containers, bigger vehicle to move cargo containers, like we talked about before AIE last year. So that might be a vehicle in Invictus, maybe. Just, I don't know, just chucking it out there, maybe. Like, or maybe after, you know what I mean? Like you think if they're bringing in those new containers, they'll have something to match it. So, what are we up to in game? A 1 SCU cargo container. So I'd expect, I don't know, it needs something bigger to have that many on a whole sea, surely. I don't know. Where do you think they would go, Algared? Do you think they're going to go right to the other end and just have that whole sea container? Or do you think they're going to gradually go up, so to speak?
Well, I think in game, if you load stuff onto your ship and then destroy your ship, you actually get 2 SCU cargo containers.
Yep. Oh, okay. Okay. 2 SCU then is the biggest.
So that's the biggest we can kind of get and then carry around. But they do need the bigger ones. The raft cries out for it, and we've already got them, sitting on station, our outposts and stuff. So seeing those become actively used would be a great thing. But I think also just into the whole sea, is it a good time to bring the whole sea in? Well, if they want to fine tune what it can do and everything else, then having it in now enables them to do that in a wider environment and then bring the other stuff on. So it is in that kind of development player, it's caught in that now not yet situation, and some will love it and some will hate it and some will think, just bring it on, and so I find it a bit harder to think of.
Yeah. All right. I'm trying to go between Twitch and YouTube and do this. It's actually rather quite difficult because we're so used to the other stuff. I'll leave that there. I'm going to take one from Twitch now. So Felony Angel Devrux asks, do you think this ship was made for a certain mission in Squadron or for future episodes of Squadron? And I think he's talking about the Antares there. So I don't know about you, Algared, but it screams PTU or current game to me.
To me, it screams current game, and I think if it had been a year ago, years ago, then I'd have said but
So for me, the cautionary thing, if I was going to think of entertaining even buying this, I would be sitting back and going, is this a ship I want long term, right? Or is this a ship that I just pick up now and have an exit strategy to get out to something else down the line? I think that's where I'd go. Yeah.
There are some ships you buy because you think, I'll get it to just play the game now, and they end up being so enjoyable or so sexy, you just can't get rid of it, even though there's a better ship down the track.
Actually, I might mention this here because I forgot to mention it earlier too. I mentioned this on Space Tomatoes. I did a podcast with him on the weekend for his launch sequence, which you can go check out on his Space Tomato 2. But when we were doing that, in the files, along with the Antares, there is mention of an EMP variant of the Mantis. So if you are into the Mantis, there is a high likelihood at Invictus we're going to see an EMP variant of the Mantis. Now, if you drop the QED down to an EMP, that frees up a lot of the power plants and stuff like that. So I'm also expecting, again, being Invictus, it's going to go up in guns. So if you want to combat Mantis, the other thing is, Algared, what if they do another one down the line and there's no MP and it's full combat Mantis? You know,
Yeah, well, no, the Mantis is such a gorgeous looking ship. It is. It's crying out for variants.
Yep.
It is a lovely ship to fly. It feels smooth. It looks cool. You know, all of those things, and it just feels. But it's a beautiful ship to fly.
Look, General Desperado got out of bed for us. It's amazing. Look, he's in Twitch.
Hey, Mr. Desperado. Lovely to see you.
Good to see you, Jen. You're doing well. Right. We'll do another one from Twitch, I think.
Yep.
So Soggy Corn Dog says, "Do you have a best guess when the Polaris will be in game?" Oh, how long's a piece of string, buddy? Let's look at the banner. They said the banner merchman was going to be about 18 months. So I would expect that the Polaris is in that wheelhouse. I wouldn't say it's the same, because again, it's RSIs, and the merchman was Banu, so there is a whole new style to the Banu.
Yeah.
I would say your safe bet is 12 to 18 months. And it's meant to go on the schedule next month, isn't it? Into active development, yeah, from what I remember from reading on the roadmap. So, yeah, I'd give it at least 12 months, at least. It's fairly chunky ship.
I always wonder whether my blasé attitude to when the ships are coming is part of that first world problem, first our problems, because I don't care.
Yeah.
I figure they'll come when they're ready, and I'm actually happy if they delay them, because the longer a ship takes, the better it is. So,
yeah,
there's always this I want it, but I'm happy for them to leave it, because I've got so many ships to fly anyway. So I wonder whether my experience of just not having to worry gives my I don't care when it comes. I just as long as it comes at some point, I don't care. And I'm really happy when they take their time, because it usually means the ship's better. But if people have only got one big ship, then they're wanting that, wanting to have that experience of a big ship, is you want it out, and I want it now, and I fully get that.
So
yeah.
So for me, it's a fairly big ship too, and I almost thought that about like the way the all those issues when the 890 jump came in, like they had to remove a lot of the stuff because no server meshing and stuff like that. So I think server meshing is only going to help those bigger ships, obviously.
Yep.
But I'm like you, I don't want them rushed, because the longer the ships take, the more polished they come out and stuff like that. And I don't know, like, you tell me, what's the benefit of a ship like a Polaris right now? And I would argue it's the hangar over the over the torpedoes, but those torpedoes are going to be damn scary. That ship instantly goes to the cream of the crop. Like, it comes in and it's the apex predator. You're not going to want to stuff with that thing, especially if you've got like people in there. Like, if it's just one guy solo, you could probably pick it apart, like literally with a vulture, but if it's actually got a decent crew in there, and you're going to be in trouble. Like, they're going to just turn and fire a torpedo, and you're going to regret everything you did.
Yep. Certainly, if you're a larger ship, if you're,
Connie gone, one shot.
Yeah. I don't see them being as big I don't see those torpedoes being as big a threat to the small fighters, because it's going to be that overkill type aspect. Do I blow you up to a billion pieces, 50, with this massive big missile, which is going to cost me more than your ship's worth to replace, that type of thing, or do I just leave you alone or try and shoot you with my lasers? But yeah.
Chat, just letting you guys know, if IC drops, please let me know, because I'm trying to do 2 chats and look at YouTube, and it's as in when I say YouTube, I'm refreshing
Yeah.
channel.
Well, I can take care of the Twitch chat because it's coming up on
Cool.
our question
Yep.
stream.
Well, and I'm also flicking between the two, so
Yep.
it
So
might
that-
just I'm just trying to drive Algared, as you know, it
Yep.
can be rather different. All right, so we'll
Yep.
move on to another one on. Sorry, Bob's asking. Steph Ons the Yeti says, maybe because of power, you can only use one or the other, but not both at the same time. So I think he's implying the Antares again there.
Yep.
Yeah. I think that makes a lot of logical sense. Why would you want to? Would you want to snare and EMP at the same time?
Would you need a snare and an EMP?
Would you have enough power to do so at the next time? But I actually can think of it because the snare is locking them to the area, but the EMP is then disabling them so you can destroy them. So there is a need to do both at once, I think. That's interesting. I haven't really thought of that. I need to think about it on that. Stew on that a bit more. Thank you for the mind medicine, so to speak. Something for me to think about. Okay, I'll look into that. Anything you want to say to that, Algared, or are you kind of in the same thing? You need to think of it.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see a value in, say, a Mantis having both and then being able to power both.
Yep.
Because it's a bigger ship and it's got bigger power plants and all the rest of it. But I do struggle with the idea. Again, it's that small ship with these two power-hungry devices. You know, I argue that the fighters shouldn't have them anyway, period.
Yeah. I don't know. Well, you also look at capital. Maybe they go like so much further, Algared. So, oh, he's gone. He'll be back in a flurry. You watch. 3, 2, 1. And there he is, right on cue. Right, you back?
I'll assume so.
Yeah. So what were you saying? You were talking about. I just said that waiting for QEDs on bigger ships. They're probably going to go a lot further, not just like 25Ks. Yeah.
Well, you look at the Hawks EMP. It wasn't really as chunky as, say, it wasn't as powerful as the Warlocks. It was a lot smaller, and I can remember arguments being, it doesn't really have the power to knock a ship down. But I find part of my problem is with, you're looking at the Antares, and if it can do both at the same time, it goes back to that whole question of fighters having these power-hungry devices and being able to use them. Whereas, at least with the Mantis, it was a bigger ship. It was a medium-sized ship. It's got bigger power plants, so it's got more power to be able to do that. So, I think it hints that we've got bigger ships that are coming with those devices. And
well, they said no. They did say when the Mantis drops, we could expect capital ships with them and stuff like that. So yeah.
So I think the fact they're putting two devices on a fighter just.
Well, I also think, Algared, we also don't have bigger. The Sentinel's the biggest e-warfare ship we've got. Like I don't know about you, but I'm waiting for that one that's got like a row of hackers sitting in the back. Like with those, they talked about those hacking missiles for the Sentinel that would literally attach to your ship and then people could hack it. Like, can you imagine a fleet-based hacking ship? It's scarily awesome to me. It's like, let's go, nerds, and they just fire out a volley of these hacking missiles and just disable all these ships, or at least run interference. Like, that is going to be tactically huge, and I think it's going to be a massively popular ship when it lands. And I think they know that, and I think well, we've said this before, you would put all your best ships in the back end and release them towards release because you get more for them, and we've said that for a while. But if you're talking value, the capital ships are still where it's at. So there's this need versus budget, and that's where it's head versus heart. You get this really weird pull anyway. So
yeah, I had a thought and I've just lost it, which is really frustrating.
It fell out of your beard. That's where it went.
Yeah, I'll see if I can remember where I was going with it. We do have another Antares question coming from, and I'm jumping the queue a little here in the Twitch channel, from Minty Fizz, and they say, what do you think of the way they revealed the Antares? The new norm, or the straight to flyable, or just a bit of 318 being a bit of old patch schedule wise?
I think it was pretty normal when they released it at AIE and then realized they stuffed up and let us know 6 months in advance about it or whatever. But I think that's why they did it on Twitter, because it had already been kind of like leaked a little bit ahead of time.
I think that the leaks had kind of got ahead, that they you know, what's the new ship we're putting out. Yeah, I think it was just sticking where we're at, trying to be with the communities. I know CIG like to do their social media stuff, and play other systems and engage the community on those. So I don't think it was anything really nefarious or bad. I just think they're doing it because that's the way, you know, the way they do things or try to do things. So
don't know if anyone saw Twitter, but I was there telling them, "Hey, I knew about this 6 months ago. What gives? You told us this already, you know." Like, but I wasn't the only one. There was a bunch of other people there as well, just going to town. So,
yeah.
All right. I'm just gonna do this one because I think it's interesting, and then we'll come back to that question you skipped over. So Dan Little says, "Can we see a live fix my fleet?" That's possible. We could probably do that one week, Algared. What do you think? It'd take up. We'd have to figure out one that kind of. See, the hard thing is, how do you know how long it's going to take ahead of time?
Yeah,
and that's really hard for us because
sometimes you get a massive fleet and you go, they say, "How do I do this?" And you go, "I do it by bank," and
that's how we do it, Algared. A smaller fleet. If we knew it was smaller from the outset, we'd generally know it's quicker. Not always, though. Like, we've had some small ones that take ages because people are fussy or it's in a weird combo of pack / problem. I guess if we did one live, it would be not knowing how long it's going to take. That's the thing. You guys could be like, it could not finish in that episode. So you'd have to guys be aware of that going in, that you could be going in for a shitstorm. But yeah, I could entertain it if people are up for that. But yeah, it can be a bit of a shitstorm. And if we got someone that was particularly difficult live on stream, could be rather annoying because I get triggered sometimes. I gotta tell you, like, that there are some things people will say, and I'm just like, all right, I'm done. I'm out. I'm gone.
Yep.
And that's generally because they've come and asked for help, but they don't want help. It's really, really weird. Like, it's like, Algared, I don't know, you probably better explain this than I. Like, you know, like they want help, but they don't. It's almost like they want justification or us to tell them they've done the right thing in some times too, isn't it?
Sometimes I think people want just reassurance.
Yeah.
They want to be aware of the options, and having people go through a fleet with you, I think, helps you solidify where you want to go. And so, I find it frustrating if someone says, "I want the best bang for buck. I want to stretch and get the best I can get out for the value of my money." And you say, "Well, this is the best value you can get. This is how you can get these aspects with the money you've spent." And they say, "Yeah, but I don't want to get rid of. I don't want to do that. I want to keep all this, but I still want you to tell me how to get this without spending more." And you can't. It's you know, and you say, "Well, you need to spend more money." "Well, I don't want to spend more money." "Well, how am I going to get here?" "Well, you've got to melt this." But I don't want to melt. And it is that can of worms, and it's. I take it.
I was just going to say, we sometimes get asked to do the impossible. I think that's what you're saying. Yeah. And sometimes we have to call them on their bullshit. And they get frustrated at that. And it is a part of it, though. There is some kind of therapy to it, though, right? Like, it's almost like an intervention sometimes with some people, you know? And there are some people that just generally need help. They might be new or something like that. But there is a spectrum to it. And I mean, like real different contrasts. We've seen it all at this point, I think, though, Algared. I don't know.
Look, I know there are sometimes people want to do fix my fleet and they just want to talk. They literally want to talk and try and do a deep dive on the ships they're interested in because they're not sure, you know, I've got this ship, or I'm thinking this ship, and they're looking at the options, and it literally is almost a ship scrutiny on the ships. And then they're talking gameplay, and sometimes the conversations, and some of the conversations I know that have triggered you, they're conversations that go all over the place because it's just the nature of someone who's passionate about the game and everything else. But
it's the ones where we get in these cycles where it's just like repetitively going over the same stuff that tends to trigger me. And like, I'm bipolar, so obviously I'm going to get mentally triggered by some stuff. But it's just the ones where we keep going in circles and there's no, like, it's just all this indecision. It's just like we've told you what you got to do, pick one. And it's like you can see why they're there to see us. because they're
Yeah,
doing what they've been doing the whole time, and we're trying to get them to break the cycle, and they just don't want to break the cycle.
but sometimes that's
Mm.
that's how it is. With people want to look at the options. They want to see
Yeah.
what's possible, or they're happy with their fleet, but they want to look at what possibilities there are. And sometimes you just got to say, well, these are the options you've got. You've just got to pick one and just let them go. And if they don't want to go with the advice we might give them, then that's fine. That's cool. But it does get frustrating at times.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
All right, Mr. Stunner, thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Green of DK, Walker TR1, Chaos Captain, Stormwinter, and Medical Sans Guaranteed. It's not how you spell guarantee, but I think that's how it's pronounced. But anyway. All right,
So going back to Kilref had a question, which was picking up the whole thing that I talked about with the Starfarer and refueling. So the fact that at the moment, if you're in Atmo, whatever, even wherever you are, when you dock with the ship that's refueling you, the ship that's being refueled, its engine's just cut. And so when you're in Atmo, you start to get the atmospheric drag, dragging the ship down. And so if you're in a heavier ship, you literally break the boom on the Starfarer. And Kilref said, would a rear-facing tractor beam alleviate the Starfarer boom issue? It would if you had a controller doing that.
It's actually really weird that you mentioned this, because we actually have the same question from someone else on YouTube, and it's literally the next question. So YouTube, great minds think alike type of thing. Yeah.
But having the Starfarer control, take control of the thrusters and just keep the thrusters going would equally do the job.
I think it also means there already is a tractor beam, because they need them to pull in the containers to empty them. So there has to be a tractor beam there that they've either added or whatever, because how do you get the containers to the item port?
I could certainly see the Starfarer would make sense to have tractor beams. I don't think there are any listed at the moment, but it would make sense for them to have them, whether it's just tractor beams for the clamps or whatever.
Also, to pull a ship into position, so you don't have to rely on the ship moving itself. You can just kind of grab it and pull it in. That makes a lot of sense to me as well.
And that would make, but I think the way they're using it at the moment is with the docking. So you should be able to auto dock to the thing. I can't remember whether you can.
You can.
But if you're going into the auto docking should also keep those thrusters going if it needs to keep the ship in position. It might be, they might say there's a reason why you shut the engines off. It's a bit like being at the petrol station. Don't light your cigarettes when you're at the petrol station with the valves open, and because you're asking for a big boom. But yeah.
All right. Do you want to do another one off Twitch, please?
Yeah. Okay. So.
Turning off the air conditioner.
Oh, God damn it, Google, shut up.
So sausage master. Can we hope for a ship tractor beams to be operational when C1 comes out?
That's a really good point. I never actually, we're talking about the hull before. Tractor beams. That's a big change. That would be a fundamental change to the cargo system that we're talking about. So we've also got the SRV on track. SRV and hull C.
Yep, and certainly when the SRV comes, I would expect to see tractor beams, and I'd expect to see them on ships like. I don't know whether we'd see them on the Cutlass, even though we know the Cutlass has had them. I don't know whether we'd see it active on the P15, 315P.
Yeah.
But I would expect to see them on the Taurus and the Caterpillar.
Do you know? I'm thinking
because they've already got those stations there, and
this little utility truck you and I just keep floating within our heads. I'm now thinking that it probably has a tools compartment of some description, and it comes with that bigger hand tool tractor beam. And I'm just like thinking that through and thinking of all the, you could have a utility ship that has, well, you remember the cutter, reclaimer cutter, that would have that type of tool. I'm just trying to think of all the ships that would have type of thing, and like
Yep.
it's going to come in, and there's going to be some ships that we don't have yet as well. I'm running it through that there's a room or an area, like a gap underneath the SRV for ships that use tools, kind of like akin to the Vulture with the blast charges, rather than using the lasers. It's, well, we don't have a tractor beam on the actual ship, but we've got a smaller one.
Yep.
Kind of like that ship that bridges the gap between space and land. Those smaller ones. Yeah, there's some space there for that. Is it a standardized tool in cargo ships?
Yep.
Like does every hull A carry one in the back because it's just convenient as hell to use it to help unload? That's
Well,
really interesting. Yeah, sorry, go
It
ahead.
is interesting that one of the things that they did talk about with the MPUV is that most hull pilots, hull C, hull D, hull E pilots, actually would go about buying MPUVs to help them unload their ships. So, and we do have a super chat from Ace Hambone. Thank you, Ace Hambone, for that $10 super chat. And hello, gents. Thanks for the informative streams. So,
You're welcome.
awesome.
I think
we'll
Ace
make sure-
Hambone gives us $10 like almost every week.
Yeah, yeah.
Consistent as anything. Thank
He's
you,
making.
Ace.
I think he's working towards making sure I at least get a coffee a week. I think that's his goal.
Yeah.
Keep Al's drugs under control with caffeine. Yeah.
Well, yeah, we can now afford to buy Algared that Santa beard that he wants back. To get you a fake one. Anyway. All right.
Yeah.
All right. We'll do one on YouTube now, Algared. So Jordan Marino says, has there been any new big streamers of any YouTubers covering the game? Recently saw a popular VR YouTuber, Happy147 play. Yeah, I actually saw that same video too, Jordan. I'm trying to think. I don't think we've really had any big ones come in, and the ones that came in, like Level Cap, Ollie, and Jet Frags, they were all first-person shooter people. And I kind of get the feeling one went in, and because they're all kind of close friends, they pulled the other people they knew in as well. Because we've all seen them do streams together before. If you kind of catch my drift, and what's his name, Matimo. He plays with them as well, and he got dragged in by Level Cap as well. So I think that's kind of how it happens. But yeah, I think maybe down the line some other group like that might come in. But we'll have to wait and see. But we've always said that we knew big streamers would, big streamers come and go. They follow the variety, don't they? So yeah.
But do you want big streamers to just come and do the game because they're big streamers, or do you want people to come and stream a game because they're enjoying playing the game? I don't want a big streamer to turn up and play the game just because they're a big streamer and that's what the flavour is. I want a big streamer to come who tries the game out and goes, yeah, I'm really enjoying this, and keep going.
I think though big streamers can bring new people to the game, so there's positives and negatives, absolutely. So yeah.
So yeah.
All right. Next question is by Monster Avery, who asks, indigestion. With the new Antares, do you think they will do a larger ship with similar features for a more live capture bounty hunter, an improved version of the Cuddy Blue? Yeah, well, we've actually said that a few times, haven't we, Agrid? There's no bigger bounty hunting ship. Actually, going back to one of the previous questions, probably the closest one out at the moment, Agrid, would be the Polaris, because it's got a brig. That would be, and that's probably a bit overkill, but you could essentially have, well, the Antares will now fit in it, but the Antares or a Titan or something that goes out, the smaller bounty hunter ship goes out of the hangar and goes down to the planet. You could cycle multiple Hawks. Think of all those little fighters. Multiples of them could be cycled through, where the Polaris is the bounty hunting mothership. And they all go off down to planet, do their business, grab what they need to, come back to the main ship, drop off the prisoner, more secure, and the whole fleet moves on to the next bounty. I could see that as a thing. But I do agree.
I could even see if the hangar's big enough, and I just haven't thought this through overly, but a Blue being able to land in the Polaris hangar would be, again, would aid to that gameplay of it's loaded up prisoners. It goes drops them off at the bridge.
You're gonna hate me, Algared. It doesn't fit.
Ah, there you go. It's a shame.
Yeah, because the Cutlass goes into medium territory, so unfortunately it's too big.
So Monster AV on Twitch has a question that's related to this one, and they say, which interesting because it's the same person.
He gotcha, debated. Yeah.
But his question was, with the Antares coming, do you anticipate all fighters getting multiple roles capability like it and the Hornets?
All fighters getting no, because that just muddies the gameplay. You know, they still want to try and keep certain things bespoke, or as you go up, they want an upgrade progression. And you can see that already, you know, like even if you go from the Warlock to the Raven, and then from the Raven to the Antares, there's one there, and that's just the MP chain. You know, you can see the Mantis to the Antares. There's an upgrade there as well, you know. So as long as there's this upgrade progression, it's okay, right? And you've got to look at it from gameplay reasons. Always go back, if you're worried about where a ship sits, go back, look at the starter ships, and see if there is a progression, a stepping stone mentality. You can go all the way. You can literally do that, can't you? You can start it like an Aurora, and you can stepping stone all the way up to a Javelin. You could see that progression, right? And you can start to make connected dots. You can, it becomes pretty logical. But if they were to say they made a Witcher, which is my version of the Warlock, and it was a snare ship, you know, or a QED. That essentially kills the Mantis, just dead as a dodo, right? And I think the closest we've probably got to that was the Medical Pisces. But technically, the Cuddy Red has 2 beds. The Pisces only has 1, the Medical Pisces. So there is still a progression, right? It's not the best, I'll give it that. But 2 people is better than 1, right? So, I don't know, Algared, I think that's kind of... Does that answer that question? I think it does. I hope it does.
From my point, I could see, yes, they could bring out variants of the fighters. You get the question of, do you need them? So, some ships work for that. So I know the Hornets were originally, these are the things you could do by adding the different variants to your ship, you know, the different components to your ship. These are the things you could get. And that dates back to the old way of upgrade points on your ship, but that's changed. So
it's just like real life, isn't it? Like we get more small ships than we do bigger ships because they're just cheaper and easier to produce. There's a smaller turnaround time, you know, and there is a real world element to how they're making these ships because they've got to be actually crafted. But it is kind of makes it based on realism in that regard.
I think in the long run, I'd like to see more variants and options for the larger ships than the small ships, because
that makes more sense to me too. It's like an aircraft carrier. Every aircraft carrier is an upgrade on the one before it, and it's more bespoke. You know,
so the ability to swap out components, you know, or even rooms because they are bigger and you've got more room to play with. Whereas a fighter, really, what things you should be looking at is
That's a good idea, actually, Algared.
Can I update the components? Yep. Can I change the loadout? Yep. And that's really what you're looking at.
You know, they come back, you know, 2 years later to ship X that's, I don't know, let's just pick one. So like a Kraken, and they've decided that this new Kraken, you know, they've upgraded a particular room on the Kraken. And so now that room is essentially a modular, or you can get an upgrade to that room. You know, what does it do? I don't know. I'm pulling it out my butt. But do you get what I mean? Like, so maybe they go back to the, let's pick a room, the Dragonfly Bay. And now all of a sudden you have an option with the Dragonfly Bay where you can, maybe you can put vehicles in instead. As in, like, land-based vehicles. Like somehow they put a ramp in, so you can get rangers in there or something like that. You get what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. I'm pulling out my butt, but that's a really cool concept. Because talking to Badgers, he actually said that a lot. They go back and update the computers on the bigger ships and stuff like that, because those ships have a really long lifespan. You know, they're 20-30 years, some of them. So
computers have a really short lifespan when you think of
Yeah.
So you're constantly wanting to rip the old stuff out, put new stuff in, and stuff. So, Lazarus from Twitch has a question that's kind of related. He says,
Yep.
"Do you think they will have more capital ships, or is CIG done with capital ships?"
No, they got more coming, but again, it comes back to that backloading. And right now, you got to realize technically with Squadron 42, they're essentially in similar to crunch period. I'm not saying they're crunching. I'm just saying they're working. As the game is coming to that end, there are a lot of people working, and you can see that like even with the selling of variants, because variants are easier to pop out. So that's why you're getting something like the EMP variant of the Mantis and the Antares, because they don't have to make as much work. So it just allows them to pop that. That's why we saw the Spartan Ballista and the Centurion, because they were all just variants, and it takes less time.
We're going to do. And I know when you've looked at Squadron 42 slices, you occasionally get these massive fleet type things. I know there's a shot of a Vandal fleet. I've heard Bajian is somehow involved, and then you see a UE fleet. All of those ships have to be built or have been built, and so there are capital ships there that we haven't seen, or so I suppose the question is, will those ships be made to be playable ships, or will they just be
So yeah, that's that. So that like kind of Lao Guns is kind of hinting that as well, like the modularity versus variance argument from back in the day. But I actually think down the road, modules for capital ships probably will be a thing, or they could call them variants. Because let's look at it, the privateer is essentially that, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a modular swap over, but it makes it a variant.
And that's.
I was just going to say it kind of basically it depends how they really want to sell it. Oh, I think we've lost Algared. He'll be back in a flurry as he usually is. I'm gonna move on to the next question then.
Let's look at the Javelin. The Javelin is a modular ship. It's got 6 rooms.
Whoa. Okay, say that again. Javelin's 6 rooms modular ship. That's what I heard.
So Javelin, Javelin with its 6 rooms is a modular ship, and yet, in a sense, it's not, because you can't just swap those. You won't be able to just swap those rooms out.
Yeah.
On your Moby class, you'd have to go to someone like Cousin Crows to get that. To get that done. And so the second you do that, it's no longer a module, it's a variant, because it's in a weird way. So
in chat, Jack and Northrend are saying that server mesh is required for capital ships. That's kind of what we're saying before about the Polaris. Like so I think we can all kind of agree, no matter how long the Polaris is going to take, it's not going to go into game until after that stuff. I almost think a little bit, because my first impression with the delaying of the Banner Defender, or as they said, putting a pin in it, I was like, why can't you just put it as a cargo ship? But I think a part of that is because it's not ready yet, as in, so like it's just too big. And they had issues with the 890, and they had to go back and strip a lot of the stuff out just so it would run in game. They don't want to go back and do extra work, so if they just put a pin in it, they can wait to server mesh out and just put it in as is. I think that's a part of it as well. But, So yeah. All right. Space Tech has a question again. He never shuts up. No, just kidding. All right. Space Tech says, if you need the second seat to use the QED EMP, would you use an Antares versus a Mantis or Sentinel, or some other EMP ship once the Sentinel loses it? Here's the other question: can you actually use the EMP and the QED without a second person in the ship? Because that do like as an option for a co-pilot, that's great. But if you are forced to use them, there's another question, right? Because that, again, like we were talking about those progressions of steps, it requires that you need a second person, so it is a progression. But it's also a progression just because they're all in the same ship. So versatility is a good thing. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I am kind of interested to see, get my hands on it, but generally, me and Algared are not a big fan of variants, are we, Algared? We I don't know. You tell me, Algared.
Depends on the variant. Like, the Steel was the worst variant. I know there are people who love the Steel. I can't stand the Steel. I think it's an overgunned ship. They always say, Drake overgunned their ships, and so you've got this overgunned ship, and you've overgunned it again to bring out the Steel. That, to me, it's
I think the other thing we'd say, Algared, is you and I prefer to purchase big ships, and as we always say, we don't buy fighters. So me and Algared will probably go look at this in game, and we'll have a play with it and stuff like that. But I don't think it. Well, I don't know. You have Pokemon syndrome, but I'm not buying it. Right? You know, you will buy it. I know you too well.
I will probably buy it.
Right. Yeah.
Yes. I say buy the big ships, don't buy the little ones if you're after value for money.
Yeah.
And that's what we'll say. But
this is one of those old parent things where they say, do as I do, do as I say, not as I do.
Not as I do. That's right, exactly.
Because Algared cannot control himself.
I will most likely buy it. I do like, there are some variants I really do like. Other variants I'm not really a fan of. You know, for some ships I'm not really a fan of. You know, I'm not really a fan of the Mustang.
Yeah.
I don't like the Mustang Delta, but I am a fan of the Shrike and the other version, which I never remember which is which of the Talons, but you know but I'm a fan of those.
Talon shooty Shrike missile, but yeah, I get you.
Yep.
That's why I call it the Shrek, because I don't like the Shrike thing, but it just doesn't roll off my tongue.
But when you look at what that ship does, it does exactly what the Delta does. You know, it's dumbfire missiles versus dumbfire missiles. It's
no, they're not dumbfire on the Strike, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong there, but I think they're just lots of missiles, Algared, not rockets.
My understanding was they were all dumbfire in terms of.
Chat, is it missiles or rockets? Let us know. I'm not going to sit here and debate it, but I remember it as missiles. So yeah, but they'll let us know. They'll call us on our bullshit.
But, but for me, it's just the same. It's just the same.
Oh, I've lost him again. All right, I'm going to move on to the next question because I've lost Algared. So when you get back, we've moved on. All right, what large prop do you think will be at this year's CitizenCon?
As a Delta, and I don't like the Mustangs. It's just.
Algared, what do you think he means by what large prop do you think will be at this year's CitizenCon?
Well, we've had the large Dragonfly. We've had the large razor hanging from a ceiling.
Oh, right. I'm thinking what is the... When he said prop, I'm thinking about like a prop. Like I'm thinking like, is he having like a large like traffic cone or like... what he meant.
Hey. Monster AV says it's missiles, and Strekira says, yep, 24 size 3 missiles.
There we go. Yeah. So there is a little bit of a difference. Again, as we said, progression. Rockets, missiles, you know.
Although it is they're bigger missiles anyway, so I think it's size 1 on the Delta and size, you know, so yeah.
That's a really good question. I think it would probably be related to something like what's going into the game. I don't know. I would hazard a guess if they'd actually had a live CitizenCon with a mule, they could have built a real life mule. That would have been cool. Like to sit in the cab and take a photo being in the mule would have been really cool.
So they'll have literally a mule with packs on it just standing outside, you know, so you can feed, petting zoo with them.
I think they're more... You idiots. They would have been more likely to
It took you a while to get where.
Yeah, I did. I was like, "What the fuck is he talking about?" Crazy old man. What the hell?
I think.
But I got it eventually. Yeah.
I think that's a question you guys need to actually take to Paul's channel and ask Darge.
Yeah.
Ask Darge.
Yeah, Darge would be the person I said. All right, next question.
Mr. Stunner has a question.
Well, I've already brought this one up, so let's do this one. Then I'll let you do that one. Adrelius Indominus says, do you think ISC will be about the new ship and then go live for sale? Yeah, potentially. I think it'll, like if they put it up on ISC, it'll probably go up the day after. So yeah. Do you want to ask your question, Algared?
It was a Mr. Stunner question, and another I'm going, ugh. He says, when are we going to get these guys to CitizenCon Fund?
We haven't started because we're just, well, Algared, I'll let you tell them from your point of view.
Yeah, well, for me, it's always booking a time and getting time off, because it always falls in the middle of the busy time of the year.
Do you want to tell them about your leeway situation? Because I think that will kind of answer the question for them as well.
I'm not sure where you're heading, but
You-
my view is that it's.
You were telling me that you had to tell your work.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So I have to always tell my work. Like for me, I generally need to let them know my plans November. So in November, I'd say, okay, yeah, I'm taking long service leave next year, and so they can plan and get staff to replace. And so for me, it's pretty much a non-event for this year, even if I wanted to. And for me, I can, if I go to a CitizenCon, it'll probably likely be, I'll make sure I'm there for the launch of Squadron 42.
Yeah. So, and it's looking more and more like that as well for the Australian group that I've been talking with Algared. I kind of keep Algared in the loop there if I can. Where, I don't be mean to the Americans, but the group consensus, right? So there's not me. The group consensus is LA is a really terrible holiday destination. So people were suggesting that it's much better to go to Manchester or Frankfurt because you then hit England, Europe, and you can just kind of travel around and go to all these different places where LA is not the best place to go to in America. Like New York is a lot better because you can, there's more things to do on that side than there is. It's basically LA and Las Vegas is what they were saying. So it's a lot more limited scope. I don't know. I've never been to the United States, so I honestly couldn't comment. But
I found the west coast of the states quite good. There was Yosemite, there was San Fran, there was Alcatraz, there was history places, there was the wine country, there was.
So I'm
you
reading.
Could go down to Texas and do the Alamo and
read what Badges said.
But for me,
you're in with Badges. Look, he thinks you're hot.
yeah, I saw that. I also saw Jack Raven said, but I look handsome, and I'll say, well, thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah, he had contacts in before. Like he just looks like a giant baked bean. It's really weird.
Yeah, Badge, I have a question.
Well,
Badges,
hang on.
Why aren't you here?
Yeah, before we move on though, I haven't ruled this year out for myself, but the way I kind of look at it is $5,000 is a lot of money to me because I'm not very wealthy, right? I'll be upfront, right? But if I am not willing to pay for myself to go there, I also kind of go, should I be willing to let other people pay for me to go there? And that's where I struggle. I would enjoy going there, but I'd only want to go there if lots of people generally want me to be there. For me, it's the people. It's the same thing as the Bastards and Algared. It was the people. Going all that way for one day, I can do it from home. But for me, it would be all the people that I met. So can we meet up with Paul? Can we meet up with all the boys? Essentially, I'll just cut it short. And would you guys want me to be there? Because as Algared said, Algared won't be able to make it this year. I could go if there was enough people that wanted me to go, but I struggle because it's a lot of money, and I'm not that wealthy. That essentially the money that would cost to get there and back is equivalent to like a brand new PC computer. And as you know, me and Algared, we'll have to update all this equipment we've got eventually as well. So yeah, I struggle. But if you guys, really want, and as Algared said, it'll just be me. If you guys really want me to go, then you'd have to show that you really want me to go. But I can use that money so much better elsewhere.
We'd rather put the money to new PC and new hardware, new lights and cameras and
so yeah.
Sound. And hey, Badges, how are you going?
Hey, gents, how are we? All well?
Good. You want to get your ugly mug on camera?
I mean, I can if you want me to.
I want
to
see an update to that French beard. Like, has it grown? You've literally overtaken Algared at this point, but he went backwards, so that wasn't hard.
Yeah.
So we need a more well kept beard.
I feel like that's not me. I mean, to be fair, I did kind of restart mine. So yeah.
My question is, have you gone the goat rather than the beard? That's.
No. I don't pay enough attention to actually shape this thing. It just it's there or it's not. It's a binary state.
Okay. Next question is from Cold Fingers.
Whoa! Jack O'Neill in not another ugly old guy. Less of the old dude.
Well, that's because, you know, there's young Aloysius Hurston on today rather than old man Al, you know, so, yeah.
Honestly, you look particularly streamlined. I would go as far as saying aerodynamic.
Aerodynamic. Yeah, drop me from atmosphere and I'll, you know.
I think that's your
Like,
new nickname, Slipstream.
High speed, low drag. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I can just hear the.
Oh, I can't even.
I don't know.
Threw up in my mouth a little bit.
Right.
I can't recall if this question was dealt with.
Algared, I've already got one up. So it's,
okay.
Do you think this piracy gameplay push is putting the cart before the horse? A little. As I've said, I think we really need that scanning to kick it off. There are a lot of people that really want to get into piracy, but they struggle. And I do think that Antares is going to help with that, though. They've also, by putting in the soft death, they've added to that as well. So they are progressing, but it's not until we get scanning where they can actively go search for people that it's really going to kick off, in my opinion. Algared badges, do you want to speak to that one?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Algared, can't hear you, bud. You muted.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, cool. Sorry. Do you want to ask the question you wanted to ask, Algared?
Yep. So Just Lemming has a question. They said, what if the existing Mantis gains an EMP? Question.
I don't think it is. I think it's going to be a whole second variant because in the files it's listed as Mantis EMP, where the Mantis is just listed as Mantis. So
I'd like to see it gain an EMP, a bit like the Antares. I think it'd make more sense because it's a bigger ship and it's got more power. So it could, you know, if they're arguing that the Mantis can't have an EMP at the same time because of power, then what the bleep is the Antares doing with both? Because it's a smaller ship and has a smaller power plant. So how can it have the devastating EMP if it doesn't have the power to run the bloody thing? Yeah. You know, so for me, I'm as I said earlier, for me, it's the big issue is those small ships having these really powerful interdiction and power cutting devices when you've got bigger ships that have them.
Badges, can you put push?
That are significantly limited. So
Badges, can you put push to talk on, please, man? You're doing a lot of crackling. I can hear your chair creaking or whatever. Which means all the stream can hear it too. Next question, Algared. Do you want to do another one off Twitch?
Yep. So Monster AV has another question. They say, with a focus on variants, do you think the older lore variants, such as the Hull C, Discreet, will come in? Maybe with its own QED to stop pirate jumping away.
Hull C Discreet. Algared, can you fill me out on that one?
Ship.
What was
the Hull ship? It's a Q ship. So it's kind of basically an armed freighter, or heavily armed freighter.
Didn't they mention somewhere about putting turrets on where the boxes and that was? Like you could have
but the Discreet was an idea of the hidden armament, and then you come up to pirate them, and then all of a sudden, the sides fall down, and then you go boom, boom. My understanding is very few of those actual Q ships really worked. Now I know in World War One, and this is kind of counterproductive because I know in World War One, one of the counters to submarines, because the submarines used to surface, and check the ship and then sink it. And one of the things the British did against that was to actually have their freighters with guns, and the submarine would come up, they'd shoot them. Germans then went, well, we're just going to sink all the merchant ships, and so. But my understanding is that, as a general rule, Q ships didn't really work. Now, Badgers, you're our Navy expert, so you may have a better handle on this than my limited.
Q ships were an interesting one. So, obviously, as we can see from history, the more effective defense against submarines was to use convoys. Where Q ships excelled was with ships with special purpose. So you used to have, and the Germans made extensive use of these, you used to have ships that would refuel, rearm, and kind of restock, resupply the U-boats. So they would surface next to them. Obviously, in that situation where you've got a ship on its own, it's a lot more effective for a submarine to surface and just use its deck gun, and rather than wasting a valuable, very expensive, very limited torpedo at that point. So that's where the Q ships kind of come out. So you tend to find that there were these ships that would go around on their own. They'd have screens up, and they basically drop these screens, which were made to look like obviously part of the ship. And behind them would be a couple of guns that could do serious harm to a U-boat.
Because then it can't sink, can't submerge because you've damaged it. But
the reason they saw very limited use, as you're alluding to, Algared, is that actually that's one very small niche. And you put a Q ship up even against kind of a destroyer or a cruiser, even a light cruiser, let alone some of the really heavy stuff that the Germans are rocking. It couldn't compare. The crews weren't as trained. The armament wasn't as good. The ship didn't have the armor that the fighting vessel did.
More like a psychological deterrent, though. It's like, shit, like the think twice approach. Like, shit, could there be guns on this one too? Like, that's where it seems to come from in my mind. But yeah,
for the submarine thing from World War One, it was because the rules of war were a submarine would surface, basically surface ship. It would make them, they would make them haul to. They'd get the crew to abandon ship, then they'd sink the ship. But British went, well, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to hide a gun on. So when they come up and bring their ship alongside to make us abandon ship, we're going to shoot our guns at the submarine. So the Germans said, well, screw that for a joke. We're just going to sink you. And so it actually upped the ante. And so the unrestricted submarine warfare really came about because Q ships were doing what Q ships were done. In that situation they weren't. But the second you went to we'll just sink you from underground, under the water, then that changed it. Probably the most celebrated Q ship I can think of is the Cormoran that sank the Sydney. It had been, sailing around. It had been flying under false colours and doing that type of stuff. And the only reason it really got the Sydney was the fact that the Sydney had returned to port. They changed the captain, and the captain moved the ship into close range when it didn't need to go into close range, and it got torpedoed. And it still sank the Cormoran. And then sailed away under its steam, looking like it was repairing the damage, but the torpedo broke the back basically, and she broke apart later and sank.
Thank you, Corey Stone, for the basic membership. Appreciate it.
I was just about to do that one.
Yeah,
that's all right.
I was literally about to go. And
salute, my friend.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Magori59 has a question on YouTube. Just bring that up now. So, do you think the SRV will be the first ship with a working tractor beam? I think that makes a lot of logical sense to me since it's been worked on. I think it will then. We've also seen them making the models for other tractor beams, so I actually think it could be a thing that comes in across a few ships at once. I don't know about you, Algared. What's your thought process there?
Well, as I said before, I think where we'll see it is on ships where we already know there's a tractor beam and the mount is already there. So I did say earlier I don't think the 315P would get it, but the 315P's nose mount is the tractor beam, and I think it still has a tractor beam mounted. The Taurus has its turret with 2 tractor beams, so it's kind of there. The Caterpillar has its mounts with tractor beams, so I expect them to already be there. So I could see all of those coming in at the same time because they're all size 3 or bigger tractor beams, so I could see them being there. So,
Badges, if you're on camera, just let me know when you are, and I can flick this over.
Yeah, which one do you want me on?
1, please.
1.
Another question from Miguel59.
Yep.
Twitch was, do you think CIG don't want to make your bounty hunting ship?
Sorry, say that again.
Do you think CIG do not want to make a pure bounty hunting ship?
No, I think it kind of comes under what I said earlier. I think they're backloading some of the better stuff. And we've often talked, haven't we, Algared, about how the mid to large ships are going to be the more popular because they scale up and down, where when you got your small and your capital, they're just not as flexible. So the mid game is where a lot of the more popular ships are going to be, just because of scale, you know. So go ahead.
I was going to say, it goes in with what you were saying in terms of those stepping stones. You got the Hawk.
Yep.
You've got the Stalker.
Mhm.
You've got the Blue, and that's where it kind of stops in terms of that. But then in capital ships, you've at least got the Polaris with its brig,
Mm.
and so those smaller ships would be able to at least ferry stuff to the larger ship for storage and transmission. So
And they're more
I think they're there. It's just
they're more flexible too, because you're going to have, you know, that they are restricted a little bit because they've got, like, say, they can't go through small jump points, but they're not as restricted as, say, the capitals are, and stuff like that. So they're in this middle sweet ground, where they're not so small that they become redundant, because they just, you know, that as soon as you know, and multi-crew, like a small number of friends is probably going to be the sweet spot for this game. Let's be honest, you know. People generally don't like, well, there are a lot of people that do like to play alone, but I'm saying generally most people don't like to play alone. But then getting a whole raid's worth of people, so, you know, 20 plus people, is a pain in the backside. But getting 3 mates together, you can do that almost any night of the week. So they're the ships that are going to be the daily drivers, as we call them. And yes, a daily driver can go right down to 2 people and all the way up. Hey, Danny CIG is in chat. The CIG person. I don't think we've ever had a CIG person here
no.
before.
Well,
Yeah, that's the
well,
first,
welcome,
Danny.
CIG
Welcome.
person.
Welcome, Danny. We've never had CIG grace us here with their presence before. I think it's because we do weird times.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah.
anyway.
But welcome.
Welcome.
And lovely to see you as a first-time chatter. Awesome.
Mm.
Do you have any questions for us that we can botch and mutilate?
Definitely. Strigley linked me something I'll have to open. Do you want to do a Twitch question for me, please?
Yep.
Margaret?
Ostentatious 1, I've got to say, with Ostentatious, it should be Ostentatious 2, because there was an Australian
Isn't it
comedian
Link
called
Side?
Ostentatious way back in the 80s. So Ostentatious 1 had a question.
Okay. Sorry, Algared, just real quick. Strigley, in regards to that item, I actually heard about that item at the Virtual Bar Citizen when we were given the Banu Cube. So that's not new news to me, but it's obviously new news to you guys. So yeah.
So
Cool.
being how so this is Ostentatious 1's question. Being how interdiction ships all have a speed bonus under the new rebalance, would that mean that the Antares gets a speed bonus ×2, having 2 devices? Also,
you wish.
yeah, I think that's you know,
we streaming.
double dipping. We call that double dipping. Yeah, you don't double dip. It's always frowned upon.
Yeah.
Also, do you think the co-pilot's role will be making sure the pilot does not shut down his ship when spending the EMP QED budget?
I think that'll be the big thing with, like, the Q&A or the concept when they bring out that ship is just exactly how defined that second co-pilot role is. Because to me, like, I don't know about you, Algared, but I'm like, not shooting, that just seems so, you can't move, you can't, it's almost akin to sitting in the bounty hunting pod on the back of the Hawk. There's just, what are you doing there? Like, it's like you're a complete passenger.
Well,
so yeah.
I know early on, you know, that when you'd get on a Connie and you'd get in a co-pilot seat and there was nothing for you to do. Well, okay, you're taking me to the location, but I can't anything. I can't control the missiles. I can't even adjust the shields. I can do it on my terminal, but it wasn't doing anything. You know, what was the point?
Yeah.
Now I know that was early days, but you can see that type of development. I'd like to hope the co-pilot's role is really engaging. Is, you know, you're controlling the QED or the MP. You're making sure that when you zap, you're switching systems off temporarily when you zap off that EMP so that they power up and you're not killing yourself. I'd love to see that type of thing. I'd love to see there be different systems so you can actually, but I'd like it to be co-pilot controlled rather than pilot controlled. And again, I struggle with the fighters having no device because they're power hungry. So
I think you want flexibility, Algared. So I actually want both, much like the Super Hornet. You know, I think you like, in a realistic world, you want both. What happens if one of them becomes incapacitated? you know, like to be realistic, I would also want the co-pilot to eventually be able to fly the ship as well. Do you know what I mean? So if something happens to the pilot, that can take over. It's a redundancy. It's literally a human redundancy, which I think is fantastic.
And I think if you're going the redundancy role, that'd be great. I'd like to have seen, even, you know, go back to some of the old ships, the Gladiator. I'd love to have seen the turret of a Gladiator's guns be slave to the pilot if it was no gunner.
Yeah. Yep.
And vice versa, you know. And to go back, I'd love to see the Super Hornet pilot be able, gunner be able to fly the ship if the pilot's not there.
Well, the Gladiator's a little different though, because
and the it's the same.
Hang on, but the Gladiator is a physical turret, right? Where the Scorpius is not a physical turret. So I actually can see there being a difference there. You know what I mean? Like, because if you're in a turret, how do you control the plane? Because it's manual controls versus remote.
Yeah, but if you, I just think of the way that you know, old aircraft, you know, you have your back seat. He could, if a trainer craft, you know, if a pilot could, the co-pilot could take over and fly the plane. It's not the best way to fly the plane.
Well, it's
but it was doable.
Badgers, what's your thoughts on the Antares? Because you really haven't asked you your thoughts on that. If you're still there.
No, it's an interesting one. I'm cammed up and good to go, by the way. So yeah, it's an interesting one. You've got, I think there's two sides to the argument, really. And the one that Algared makes is very valid, is to be effective at QED and EMP at the same time, you need a bigger power plant, naturally, which is now upping the size of the vessel. On the flip side of that, from the gameplay perspective, you've got to wonder, if I can take a Scorpius that's got QMP and QED combined, where does that leave the Mantis? Where does that leave the Cutty Blue? You know, the Hawk obviously is slightly different in that the Hawk is not interested in QED. It's just, I'm going to knock you out, make you crash, and then drag you into my little pod at the back and fly around and force you to be my captive.
So what you're coming back to is, you weren't here when we talked. We talked a bit earlier. I was talking about as long as there's a natural progression, and the example I kind of gave is like the medical Pisces to the Cutlass Red. You can still see one bare difference. It's not a big difference, obviously, but there's still a difference. And as long as there's a progression all the way up through all the ships, no matter which path you take, that's okay by me, because it's an upgrade on an upgrade on an upgrade. And the example I gave was I made up a version of the Avenger called the Witcher instead of the Warlock. And I said, if you gave it the QED, it literally kills the Mantis, because it's, you know, so much further down. So it's got to be this always one step up upgrade type of analogy, because that's how games do. You need a reason to, or a motivation to move forward, and as long as there's no backstepping, it's all good. And I'm going to be honest, I don't think we do see much backstep. I'm sure there's one if I sat there and really thought about it, but there's not a lot of ships that go backwards. It all seems to be going forward. And if there was a backward step, I assume it's probably more likely price than feature. So yeah,
because you know, sorry, Algared, go ahead.
Oh no, go.
You know, because I don't see that the Hawk has a problem. The Hawk did have, it's been a while since I've flown one, but it did have an issue where you could either have the guns on or you could have the EMP charging, because it didn't have the power plant for both.
No, it can do both.
And if that's
now,
it can do both now, can it?
Yep.
Good.
Yeah. I think,
you know, in terms of,
I think there was other ships that had that same issue for a while as well. It wasn't just respect to that, but yeah.
You know, and that potentially made sense as a gameplay choice, right? In that you use distortion weapons, you knock the shields down, you debilitate the craft some, you completely disable it with your EMP, and then you go and do your, sorry, I don't know why this has suddenly flashed up white at me. You then suddenly, that's it, yeah. You know, you knock them out, you go and capture the people. So the Hawk didn't have that. I think the danger with the QED, certainly the QED, is that they become common.
Yeah.
And then you just know you've got them in every fight. The thing I like about the Mantis, the thing I like about the Cutty Blue is that they have to be a conscious choice.
Yeah.
Whereas if you just insert them, I get it from a real world perspective.
Yeah.
But the other problem with that is that, you know, that if you have that, running never becomes an option.
It's really, really
because it's just so.
Because you've talked about stuff that I said, and you've just talked about stuff Algared said. So it's really interesting to see that we're kind of you're on the same page as me and Algared were. Just yeah, okay, interesting.
The one thing I can recall, and it goes back, I think it was the Razor. Like I remember the Razor knocked out my Starfarer and flew under me and then got killed, which was the first kill for, you know, my Starfarer killed the Razor, which was awesome. But the Razor also tried to take out the 890 jump, and I can remember back in the day when it hit off its EMPs, the 890 jump went flickered a bit, but just kept going. It didn't knock it out. And so if that's how fighter EMPs are going to work, then great. Or if that's how fighter QEDs are going to work, great, you know, because they're smaller, they can't really do the job. They can inhibit.
That would make a really good EMP ship, wouldn't it, the Razor, actually? I could see that doing that. And I've just had this idea too, like I'm thinking, and this might come down the line, I might be completely off the mark. We know there's EMP missiles. What about, like, say, something like the A2 or the A1 with EMP bombs? So they drop them and they land and just disable all the vehicles. Like, that sounds sick to me at some point, but we'll have to see. So I don't know.
I think that might be a bit OP, but, you know. But then there are people who complain that the current A2 is OP because it drops its bomb and wipes everything else. So
yeah. What were you saying, Badger?
Strigley has just said in chat that Badger's a lot louder than the other two. So I've just knocked my gain down a couple of settings. So let me know if that fixes it for you, Strigley. Hopefully that'll be the same thing.
It'll be on my end. I'll turn you down. So I've just dropped you by 10%. If that's still too loud, let me know. Yeah, there's always weird sound issues. I keep trying to highlight this thing, and I'm going to lose it again. About the yeah. See, I've lost my point. Oh, here we go. Northrend Trooper goes. COG has stated that they do want to release new ships without gameplay. Wait, I'll just bring up the question. Stated they don't want to release new ships without gameplay. Was there anything stated why the whole B hasn't been released? Well, they've also kind of, if you kind of look at it, they did the whole C first, and they've done this with a few others, but it's really obvious with the whole C. So they did the C, then they went right down to the A, and then because then they have the C and the A, it's very easy to work out where the B is. And I would highly suspect, you guys correct me if you think I'm wrong here, but I'd highly expect that they'll do the E before the D for the same reason. Would you guys kind of?
I could see the logic of it.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Jordan Monari just says mule crane. I think that's a statement, not a question, but a mule crane. Now all I can picture of is this just horse with a crane on the back, but yeah. It's funny when I do it. It's funny when you do it, but when I do it, it's terrible. Anyway.
I was going to say that was as bad as my petting zoo.
Yes, it was. It was shocking. All right. Do you think they should make a tow truck version of the Mantis? Ooh.
Wouldn't it be an SRV?
I'm just trying to visualize it. Yeah, it's no. So, well, it just wouldn't have as big a tractor beam. Like that's like a big industrial type one, yeah, Badges, the SRV. So it'd be more of a. Puts it I don't know. Puts it in the Nomad domain for me when I think of it like that. You know, you'd have to have. Oh, I don't know. Probably treads too much on the SRV when I really think about it.
It's interesting because if you look at maritime, the maritime world for inspiration, you'll tend to find that the small vessels, yachts, pleasure craft, that sort of stuff that you see out on a regular basis, those things are towed either by other vessels. Yeah. So often as the Coast Guard will get a yacht and will ask for other yachts to tow it, and they'll come and do that. Or the lifeboat will do it. So for the smaller vessels, you genuinely don't need a dedicated towing platform. You just people who have got some, maritime sense and ability.
Well, let's change the question then. So there is in the files an EMP Mantis that seems to be coming. Now, my logic dictates to me you drop the power requirements of the quantum or QED, and with Invictus around the corner, I think it's going to be an upgunned Mantis, but it drops it to EMP. And then my brain obviously went to, well, what if you just drop the EMP completely and you just have a full combat Mantis? So what are your thoughts on that if I float those your ways? Can you see that Mantis as a fighter? Like, is it doesn't look fighterish enough, so to speak, but what, or maybe a bomber? I don't know. You tell me, what would you see that Mantis doing military-wise?
I mean, I think it's got its role. The idea of the Mantis, you've got something exceptionally nippy that stays out of the way and that skirts that. It's actually going to take a lot of skill to skirt that line between keeping your opponent who's trying to vary their speed and change direction and evade your bubble, keeping them within it, and yet not keeping them so far in it that they suddenly change direction, come at you, and now you are under threat.
Yeah.
So there's going to be this really nice kind of like buffer just at the edge of the bubble that you're going to want to keep them. And that's where skilled Mantis parts do it. I get the EMP one.
So
I suppose with the fighter version, I'm just like, okay, but we've got lots of fighters. We've got a couple more. Well, we've got more bombers than we had.
Yep.
So yeah, I think.
So Lemming,
Mantis can stay special.
Lemming, I'll let you speak for yourself, man. So you can unmute yourself because Lemming's one of our mods. Lemming, just say what someone suggested on the Discord, please, if you're still here. Or quiet silence. Quiet silent. Okay, he's gonna stay quiet. So he basically said from someone on the Discord, a Mantis data runner. I can see that. I can see that as a thing. The other one, which I think we could use somewhere between that's a role that would work, because what I was actually thinking of was something like, and I don't mean right now, maybe down the line, because obviously when we get direct competitors, but I could also see it being like a slightly smaller version of the Terrapin, like a dedicated scanning ship, a scanning variant, because anything like essentially that EMP becomes like a utility mount. So think of all the things that you could put there. And that's where the SRB thing came in. I could the data runner. I could see that as well.
Well, Scythian in I think it's YouTube said cargo or exploration variant of a Mantis. So you could certainly see an exploration version if that becomes a utility mount.
Science. Holy shit! All that space in that room.
There's definitely
makes a lot of sense to me. Wow.
If RSI want to keep it within the sphere of warfare, there's definitely argument for an E-warfare variant. If you're going to go down to QED at EMP.
Mantis tracker. Yeah,
a Mantis tracker, yeah.
And there's an image there of the female Mantis eating the male. I don't know why, but that's what's in my head.
But I thought, the Mantis is such a cool looking ship, and it is such a beautiful ship to fly, and it just feels, it is the one that does to me cry out for having variants. To go back to that argument of variants over modules, it's one that does cry out for having variants or having the ability to swap a ship's role. But that's just me.
Okay, so there's another question here. Oh, I'm just going to do this one, Eric, because I got it highlighted. Sorry.
Yep.
Jack O'Neill asks, or 3 Nomads says, what do you guys think the large unknown ship we are getting here soon? There's a large unknown ship coming? Or are you talking about like an Invictus? I don't know. I guess I'll make an Invictus then, because I don't know how else to answer that. So,
sorry.
What do we got? We got Santoki, potentially EMP, Mantis. We've also got the X1, the Lynx. They're the knowns. Is there any other other knowns? Yeah, because I don't again. They usually kind of only do 3 things around Invictus. So if you've got the Mantis, a vehicle, and the Santoki, we're done. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think there's another bigger need for a bigger ship in Invictus? Probably. They are pretty small. There's the smallest big ship we've ever seen has literally been the Galaxy. So I don't know. Can you guys see another ship coming?
I think because we've had the Santoki, that's been known about, and I believe it's been sold as well, right? So I can see there being something else.
It's in
and if
it's in the Santok guy is actually in active development since like they showed pictures of it, and they even talked about it at last week's ISC. So I think more than likely we're getting that at Alien Week. Sorry, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, something that I just wouldn't miss, obviously, because it's Fleet Week. It's going to have some sort of military application. What that is at the moment, good question.
Matt P makes a good point on the chat. He says, I could see a salvage variant of a mole at some point.
Yeah.
And I could, yeah.
Yeah. Well, me and you have talked about that before, haven't we? That more than likely, I think that we whittled it down to 2 contenders, didn't we? For the middle salvage, or one of the middle salvages would be Argo, or Solid Outland was the other one, wasn't it? I think we whittled it down to that. They're the 2 biggest contenders from mine and Algared's standpoint.
And I could see the mole being a mole variant for salvage being an easier build.
Yeah.
Because you've got most of the asset type language there. It's just changing.
I think
in my mind, it's just changing the tool rather than the.
I think that's as a whole, Algared. We're seeing a maturing of almost all manufacturers, right? I think I kind of sit here now and look at the weakest, and it's almost Consolidated Outland, because there's only the 2 small ships and the Pioneer. No, that's it. There is no middle ground. I was just going to look, where's the middle ground? There isn't one.
Yeah,
right.
I still want to see more, Kruger intergalactic stuff. If they, I know that they build lots of components and parts, and basically every weapon we've got probably has Kruger parts in it, and every ship we've got's probably got Kruger parts in it as well. But that the law says they make every part, why not make the gun? We make every part, why not make a ship? Well, you make every part, why not give us more guns and more ships?
Yeah,
but that's just me.
I'm starting to, how I've been saying, and I saw this on a comment on Facebook, that how we've been talking about RSI potentially being a manufacturer. I'm starting to lean more and more now that it's not this year, that it's more likely next year, with things like the Polaris. Normally a concept comes out and it takes usually 2 years till it's out. We haven't had the concept for the RSI miner yet. I'm just going over things in my head. Do they just don't do a concept for the RSI miner and it just goes straight to concept? Straight to flight ready. That's another thing I ask myself as well. So
they've done things like that in the past, so
they did with the mule, didn't they? Yeah. All right.
There's just if I can jump in there, there's an interesting conversation coming up in chat at the minute in Twitch chat. Calrath and a couple others talking about the Liberator. And the comment is Liberator maybe at IAE. We'll need it for Pyro. I think there's a careful line to tread there between need and make sense. So Pyro is what makes the Liberator make sense. The addition of system. I think saying that it's required for Pyro is a bit of a mistake.
Yeah, I don't think it's required for Pyro.
Yeah, just because we're going to be able to jump. Sorry, go on.
Why isn't it required for Stanton? And I know people turn around and say, "Oh, because it's bigger," but it's only twice as big. Is it required for Killian? Yeah, that probably is, because Killian's 200 AU across, or 300, whatever big it is. But it's not essential. Yeah, you can still do it.
The reason I picked that up, Calrath, is that I think you are bizarrely right as well. So it's not required, but it kind of will be. So I think at the moment it would be a big mistake for CIG to give us our second system and then all of a sudden basically turn around to the player base by making it required and going, you all need to own one of these now. For this, to move into the next system. And that's why they're not doing it. And that's why we're going to find it so easy to take one ship into Pyro, claim through insurance terminals, just like we're doing at the moment. And then later on, you are exactly right. And we're going to go down a route of, it's not going to be that easy. There are going to be penalties. Maybe there are things attached to your ships that, maybe there are like ultra rare modules or weapons or whatever else that you just can't get back through insurance that easy. That are going to make you think twice about, well, I won't take anything with me. I'll just go there and claim it. Because that doesn't seem to line up with the more realistic vision that CIG have got in mind.
Long range too at the moment is like the longest jump in the system, and some long range fighters, that will be their thing. They just do one really big jump. But long range is really going to start to be, one side of the system to the other, but then multiple systems as well. So we haven't seen long range yet in my book. I don't know about you, Algared, but yeah.
Yeah. The other thing to think of with Pyro is the fact that when Pyro's first concepted, it was basically Ruin Station and pretty much that was it for the system. You know? But now we know that Pyro has not only Ruin Station, but numerous stations dotted all over the place. And numerous bases or outposts where you can refuel and rearm. So it's not just the barren, empty place it was, which was a pirate haven. It's now
that was also back before Pubertal Planet too. Like that was half the reason why it was just barren rocks and stuff, because they didn't want to go. They didn't need detail. Now they need detail. So
now
everything's going to change.
It's all Frankfurt's fault.
Completely barren. Devoid of anything growing there whatsoever. Just like it could be said, Algared's chin at this particular point in time.
Saw that coming a mile away.
Sorry, Algared. I love you, mate. I love you.
Yeah. Hey, Algared, at least you can grow one, huh? Unlike someone.
Well, I mean,
that's right.
This is the problem. Look, I can grow one. I just stand out in the wind and it all disappears off and I got to start again.
How to be 15 again, hey, Algared.
Yeah.
All right.
I do see a comment in chat. I'm not sure of the context, but it's the anathema to me. It's hot tub.
Yeah.
And
maybe create. So I don't get the logic of this question, to be honest with you. But it says, what do you guys think by Northern Tree? But maybe a challenge: create the biggest fleet without becoming a concierge.
From the Phoenix thing.
Interesting.
The biggest ship to get without becoming concierge. Anything under $1,000. $890 jump. There you go.
That's a lot of Archimedes.
Yeah. Well, if you know Algared, he's right. If you're going for the biggest fleet, you just buy the cheapest, as many Merlins as possible. That's the cheapest ship.
Yep, buy the cheapest ship and buy all of them.
Or if you were able to get that holiday special of the Auroras, that would technically be the biggest and kind of more expensive. So so the $25 Auroras from, I think it was 2013, 2015. $25 a pop. So just divide 1,000 by 25. Bang, there's your answer. Oh wait, no, it'd have to be 975 because you can't go to 1,000 because then it's concierge. Sorry, but
Algared hot tub stream ? From Crystal King H. No? You can't be swayed on that.
We don't do OnlyFans. We don't do hot tub streams. We don't do any of that. And if I had my choice, I would purge the hot tub from the Phoenix. The Phoenix would not have a hot tub at all. It is an abomination. So there you go. That's evidence that CIG do not listen to me.
Yep. Right, Jack O'Neill says, are we going to get 100+ star systems on release, or was that just a dream? As most of the old whales bully our large fleet based on it. No, I think that kind of goes back to what Badgers was literally just talking about with the Liberator. We don't really have long range yet. And the fact that they, there's multiple examples of one guy was able to do 3 moons in a month. 3 people were able to redo the entirety of Stand in, I believe it was 2 months, right? So that's just showing that those tools are bearing fruit. And the thing that's really taking the time now is those bespoke landing zones. And as we saw in ISC last week, there's even a potential to speed those up and then go back in and add bespoke pieces. So they could essentially roll out 100 procedurally generated, then go back in and add all the little set pieces. So I think it's entirely possible to get 100. Like, do the math. You've got 250 person team and it only takes 3 people to do a month. Do the math. It's just math. Like, that's less than a year.
So I tossed it onto the chat sheet, but I did a video about this a couple of years back, shortly after CitizenCon, and it was actually slightly negative, because I think people read into what they said at CitizenCon, and it's like, well, hang on, all of the art assets exist. There's no concept phase, there's no approval, there's no nothing. And the other thing is that you go, if you're talking about someone approving those things, that actually the faster the work stream gets, the slower it gets, because now you have a critical point of failure and that everything needs to go through one person, and that person can only do so many things in a day. So, I think the key question there, and everyone's already picked up on the chat, so I won't harp on about it, but it's like, when precisely 100 systems? Will it be when they say the game is feature complete? Will it be when they say we go to beta? Will it be when they say that we're out of beta and we're now a fully live service game? Don't know. But I agree with you, X, entirely in that it's picking up, it's getting faster, and you've only got to look at what they're doing with Pyro, that, again, it's getting better and better, it's getting quicker, and I wouldn't mind betting, as things drag on with PES and with server meshing, just because they can't add them in-game, it doesn't mean they're not working on them outside. So it may be that we've already got work going on 2, 3, 4 other systems.
Because I've got hang on, 2 seconds. Because I've got the Q&A up, I can't do a poll. Are you able to do a poll, Badges or Algared? Because you've both got mods, right? So if you, on your end, can one of you guys do a poll? Is that possible? Because I don't. Okay. I can probably do it on Twitch, but that means YouTube can't do it. But what I was going to do was a poll on, should we do a video on how 100 systems could be done? Right, and then that would be, as long as we keep it as a concise video, so I know we don't do a lot of those, but 10-20 minutes, and we keep it concise, to the point. Can we possibly do a video that would be used as a counter argument that people could link to show how 100 systems could be done? Like, it'd be essentially just going back through what we said just then.
The 100 systems, I always go back to 10th of the chairman, where Chris once talked about, while they always planned 100 systems, his thought was they were going to have, 5 or 6 when it went live, when it went out into, when they said it was feature complete.
Yeah.
So it'd have 5 systems to start. And that's where the idea, the whole idea of, the line of 5 came from.
Yep.
What are the first 5 systems? It'll be these systems because they make sense. We've got Stanton, we've got this one's in Crusader, blah, blah, in Squadron. So Chris always...
People in the chat were saying the same thing just earlier. So, yeah.
So it was something that Chris had indicated way back, 2014, 2015, when 10th of the chairman was on. It was one of the questions he asked, how are you going to have 100 systems? And he said, well, the plan was always to start off with 5 and then build up as time went. And so that developed the line of 5. Does that mean we're going to end up starting with 5? No. Can they do more? Most likely. I think we've got one of the Montreal studios or Turbulent Studios was working on literally just doing planets.
That's it.
So,
and if you kind of look at that whole team, Algared, they're probably going to split it. So, one people are doing the planets and all that, and then there's probably the other half just working on the bespoke landing zones. That's just where my mind goes. I'm not saying that that's exactly what they're going to do, but we all know the bespoke landing zones require a bit more work because they're a bit more detailed, aren't they? And when I talk about landing zones, I'm also talking about outposts and stuff like that as well, and just keep constantly adding to that art asset library.
But I'll also add to, like, that comment from Chris was even before pupil to planet.
Yeah, it was.
Even when it was really the base element of a planet was what we were getting. Chris was saying, we're not going to have 100 at launch. We're going to have
that was all before pupil to planet.
Yeah. And now pupil to planets come out. The systems are so much bigger and so much more detailed and so much.
None of those tools were in place, were they? They weren't going to do it that way. Like, every system was going to kind of be bespokely built. Now they've got all these tools. They just got able to roll out at such more speed. It's ridiculous.
But the systems also weren't going to be as detailed. They were, it was literally going to be 1 or 2 landing zones per planet or area where you would go and land. Now you can go anywhere. So you've got the tools that make it easier, but you've also got significantly a significantly bigger canvas to use.
Yeah.
So yes, so
yeah.
Yeah, I did say earlier. Sorry, just real quick. I did say earlier that they could potentially procedurally generate them all, then come back and decorate them. But knowing them the way I do now, when I think about it, they probably won't do that because they know that first impressions last. So they're more likely to have them fully polished before they release them. Sorry, badges.
Yep.
I think that there's a whole bunch of moving parts here. First of all, to answer a couple of comments and chats, they're not going to be proc gen. They've said that they're not going to be proc gen. Not in the same way that No Man's Sky or not Eve, the other one, Elite Dangerous does them. That's not going to happen. The way they are kind of procedurally generated is that there are a number of variables that go onto each planet: temperature, humidity, altitude, soil type, all that sort of stuff. And then for specific bands, they say, right, okay, at these altitudes, at these temperatures, these soil types, or whatever, this is the sort of things that you can scatter around. So they still paint entire areas of the planet and go, right, this sort of region, think microtech, most of it is snow, but we've got those lush, temperate, really beautiful areas with trees and flowers and grass and all that sort of stuff. Exactly that. They put that into the system, and then they say to the system, right, now scatter stuff. But that then requires the staff to come in and have a look at it and make sure that they're happy with the way that that's been done on a planetary scale. So yes, a couple of questions in the chat have got it spot on. Individual landing zones, the major landing zones, are going to take a long old time to do. They are work intensive. There's nothing they can do about that. They can speed up the process, the technical back end, but that's still creating assets, getting it approved, concepting the whole thing through. What do we want to make this place feel like? But sorry, just to continue that, just very quickly. Look, it's not been the focus, because why would you have more than one system when server meshing's not been? So it's not even like they're pushing. They're creating the tools, but they've not even been pushing because they knew that Stanton didn't have to be fixed ready in a hurry. And now that they're moving that way, and you've also then got the talk about size, studio size, and like you boys have said, we've now got studios that are working to that. So we're seeing that. Now we know server meshing is coming within the next year or two. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Said that before. Now that we know that, we've got Stanton ready to go, we're going into Pyro, we're bringing up studios, we're spinning more people online. We've got the staff now to be able to dedicate people to that. I say we like I'm working for CIG, but yeah, we're there. Sorry, X.
No, I think it's important to make it. Like, for the longest time, we felt like a part of the development team, and that's kind of been lost in recent years. But yeah, hang on, Algared, I've got a thing, a point I need to make. So I was actually on Space Tomatoes' Launch Sequence podcast, and I actually talked a lot about what you just talked about, and I talked about the potential of where this system could go, and I got absolutely fried in the comments by people thinking I was like grandstanding and going like really extreme places. And I'm just like, if you look at the way the system they've made, they literally could now get to the point where they could procedurally generate almost everything, right? The tool is big enough. And then I went to the next step and I said, what if you could actually make it so you could have cities that were under construction? So you could actually, because again, you know how those buildings are different levels and stuff. So you could actually over time see a building constructed and deconstructed. And the one thing I didn't add into that after I've now read the comments is we have the quantum system. You take the quantum system, and as a population of a city expands or contracts, you could actually have it add buildings and remove buildings. And in the comments, people absolutely fry me. And I'm like, I'm not talking about, like they were talking about that they said that I invented the buildings, the internals of buildings. So some people really don't listen to what I say, but that's fine. The point I'm trying to get to is the potential of this system is insane, right? And all I'm talking about is where could they potentially take it in the future? And again, they've already got the quantum system. They've already got this procedural building system. All I'm talking about is getting them to talk to each other. Yeah. It's essentially taking the data from one to feed the other, and it just you can see where this goes. It's amazing.
We all three of us, and we keep saying it. We do not agree on everything.
Yep.
But I am 100% behind you on this. Like when we discover a new system, when they add a new system into the game and it's undiscovered and it's new frontier, I mean, that is literally what's going to happen. The UE are going to come in and claim it, and they're going to look at adding new landing zones and building them, and you are literally going to watch that happen in game, and they'll, you'll get various versions. So rather than like we've had with Microtech, we had the outside of the city all ready to go, and then the next patch we could go inside it. You're going to get nothing, and then you're going to get big landing zones and everything's being cleared, and then you're going to get foundations being laid, and then you're going to get, the basic building blocks of buildings, and everything's going to grow.
The example I
build up.
Sorry, just real quick. The example I gave to Space Tomato was, what if it was on the other side of Lawville and there was a player built outpost, and basically that population becomes big enough that they can have literally like the origin coordinates, the 0, they put down like a town center, like the default building for a city when an outpost reaches a certain size. It gives them an option to convert one of the buildings into a town center, and then it just starts building out from there. And they remove the outpost buildings, and it literally could turn into a city. And again, CIG have those tools. We know that they can flatten the terrain. They can do all that type of thing. And so as the terrain goes out, it just flattens it, and just procedurally it goes out. I can see that all working. We know they've got a grid system for the city for ArcCorp. Again, it's just applying that grid system. You just, all I was doing was taking the tools they've got and connecting the dots. I'm not a genius. I didn't
absolutely like. I thought that was good. I thought that was fairly kind of easily predictable. When they said you're going to find new systems, it's like, well, of course we're going to colonize them. Why wouldn't you colonize them? If they add a new system, the alternative is that they don't add any major landing zones to any new system ever. That doesn't make sense to me. But so I was giggling X because I was frantically scratching at my screen thinking I put a mark on it. And it's because you use a black mouse cursor, you absolute psycho. But I'm basically trying to scratch your mouse cursor off of my screen.
No, so it's not actually black. Just you guys see a different screen to what everyone else sees. But like, can you see how that's actually inverted? That's why I use it that way. It's just easier to see. It can never be hidden. I got sick of losing white mouse pointers on white screens, so I just inverted. And so literally you can see there, like if I put my eye over it, it kind of goes blue and stuff. Or if I put the red headphones. Yeah, I'm sure there's entertaining for everyone that can't see it, but yeah, great. But yeah. Anyway, all right. Algared, anything you want to say, or do you want to move on to the next question?
No, I'll say what I was going to say, because every time I went to you had a point you wanted to stress.
I'm sorry.
So the whole 100 system thing, yes, they can do it. And they may be able to do it now that the way things have changed. Because, and I know you've got the stretch goal that said 100 systems, and then, as Jack O'Neill's pointed out, it was 100 systems and 20 unknown systems at launch. I know that in 2014, Chris said, look, that's not going to happen. We're looking at 5 systems to start with.
But it might be, that was 2014, that's before Pubertal Planet. Yeah.
Please let me finish, because I've got it in the head. I've got to try and get it out. And with the way Pubertal Planet went, that changed the whole development cycle. It changed what they could do. As they've picked up the tools, as you've said, they can do it. Does it mean they will? No. Does it mean they can? They can do extra. What we do know is certainly in 2014, Chris was saying the goal is we're going to have 5 systems at launch. We know at stretch goals they said we want 100. I know there are whales. Jack was saying I'm an old whale. I joined because of the 100 systems at launch. I'm an old whale as well, and that idea got me. But the 100 systems was something I kind of thought that's a lot. I don't want it to be like No Man's Sky. I don't want it to be like Elite. I don't want it to be like X game where it's just bland. I do want it to be crafted and unique and special. And if that means I only get 5 to start with, great. But those tools they've got and the way of development does mean there's probably more they're able to do. But how that scales with the depths that we've got now in the systems, I'm not sure how much we'll do. But it's conceivable, it's doable. And what you were saying with the cities being built, I can certainly see, they need supplies. That's going to generate the missions for people to bring in those base supplies to help do it. So if we don't bring the supplies, it slows down the buildings. That means the Quanta has to bring them. So whole piles of things like that. So
something I didn't think of until you just said that. Then, like as a city grows, more people move in, so different missions come available in that area. I didn't even think of that. That's a really good point. But again, you can see all those different pieces now come together. You really can, and I think that's where they're going.
And to answer Jack's question, no, I don't think it was a lie, Jack. I think it's like development. You say, this is my plan. This is what I hope. This is my plan going forward. And I think early on, Chris went, yeah, okay, we had this grand vision of 100 systems. It's not going to happen. We'll have 5 to start with, and then we'll be bringing other systems as we go, and we'll keep adding 2 or 3 systems a month or a year or whatever they were looking at. Certainly, that changed with, as I understand it, from Pupil to Planet. When that came, that almost changed the whole game thinking. I remember hearing Chris say, this was stuff I thought we'd be able to do, 3 or 4 years down the track. And it was like, you guys, wow, we can do it now. Let's go for it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the way they've built those tools, things have picked up. And just look at Pyro, what Pyro was originally going to be compared to what we're seeing or hearing it is.
Mm-hmm.
And it's eminently more immense and more beautiful and more vibrant and got so much more stuff there. You look at even the planets in Hurston, in Stanton. It was only going to be Hurston and Area 18 and Microtech, and that was it. You weren't going to be able to go everywhere on the planet, but now we can. And now there's the outposts and everything else. And so the systems are significantly more detailed. So if they do, it's fantastic. But I don't think it's them lying. I think it's them looking at, this is where we hope. This is the best plan. And I think we've always got to think of that when we're thinking of when CIG say things, and when any developer says things, these are our best laid plans. Doesn't mean it's going to come to fruition. No, it means this is our plan, this is our hope, and then go from there. And if we get more than what they hope, great. If we get less than what they hope, or they come back and refresh it. And I think the fact that Chris came back in 2014 and said it's going to be, it's going to be 5 systems launched, was an indication that they said, So you've got to be idealistic in your goals. If you don't set those high levels, you never reach them. As a teacher, if you've got kids here, you don't set your goal here. You set your goal up here, and you stretch them. If you don't, that's what you've got to do. And I think that's what we'll see. So I know it's frustrating, Jack. I know it's frustrating when stretch goals or what you want to do, and stretch goals. Yes, they're promises. They will. Chris said, we will get 100 systems, but we're not going to get them at launch. And so that's a revision and a rewrite, but they're still going to get them. So it's,
Sorry.
And I know it sucks if you're someone who signed on for that, expecting that. But I think part of development is expecting or understanding.
Yeah.
But does that give and take? And
apologies if I start pulling funny faces on stream. It's not what you guys are saying. I've quite rather seriously wrenched my shoulder, so to just put my arm on the table at the moment hurts a lot. But yeah, I mean, just to pick up on that, Joshua, and I apologize to butchering your last name, my friend, but Joshua Abeliter, I believe it is, says something that I've been thinking of for quite a while, and I'm sure a lot of people have as well. See if the community can use a version of your tools to work on one system. See what the community does for you for free. We will literally make systems for you for free because we think it's fun. And the first time I posited this was in a video, God knows how many years ago now. But I suggested that after they launched Squadron 42, they could give us the interiors of buildings. And they can say, here's the floor plan, 1 floor. Here's where the lift is. Here's the thing. What we need from you is we want the entrance lobby to a medium kind of quality hotel. So it's not, it's not the Ritz, it's not the Plaza, but it's not, the Holiday Inn either. We can find something in the middle. And then just give us the asset and bundle that in with Squadron 42. And all you do is per player account for the submission window. You give them one submission.
So the
So-
the downside to that, and I've heard this argument before in other games, is it means the editor has to be top notch, and often a lot of those development tools are not top notch. So it is an interesting idea though. And then the other thing is we've also got the procedural generation tool now. So they've got every combo that you could come up with. They've already got it. It's in the system, you know. So and they can just turn on certain restrictions and stuff like that to get what they want. So I'm more likely to say give us a mission system where we can craft missions and stuff like that, or something like that. But I get where you're going, and I also think like the actual checking of stuff, like the procedural generation tools. If we could procedurally generate our own system and then build our own towns, training, like letting us learn them and learn how to use them, and then go, here, look what I made. But here's the problem. They then need someone on the other side to check it because they've got to check our work, right? But wouldn't that be a cool way to find people that were good enough to work on the game? That's the other part of it. So there's a tit for tat there.
Sorry,
I was just going to, I dread when we're building outposts because I can see people building outposts in the shape of certain anatomical features, you know. So instead of carving into the ground, they'll build the outpost in those shapes.
Just a giant egg.
has literally said it for you. Also, hidden dicks if player submissions.
I was trying to avoid being.
But,
you know,
I know what the second capital city is going to be on Lawville. It's going to be Eggville.
Yeah, meat and two veg.
Yeah.
I mean, but like literally, like
I mean, Algared's head. I mean, Algared's head. Sorry.
Yeah.
With the Lawville kind of redo, they've obviously got those buildings, so they know what the footprint looks like. Yeah. They've already got the floor plan, so we don't get to draw a building. And the other thing that they could do is when they do this, they could release basically like a config file. So obviously, one of the problems they'll say is, well, hey, look, if we release that to you, we're going to get wildly different setups in terms of someone's going to be using the stuff from Microtech, someone's going to be using some stuff from Crusader. Well, give us a config file. Show us what assets you want us to use. Give us the floor plan of the building. And they basically just say, look, make a residential floor. Even here's the rooms out, just scatter the furniture. So when people say, oh, they're never going to have the time to do the interiors of an entire city like Lawville, like Joshua said, yeah, they will. Give it to us. We will, and literally that's it. You're like, well, you can't use outside assets, you know, and it's like you said, X is the real rub here is how powerful that editing software is and how much time they want to put into that.
It's also the checking. That they would have to have a dedicated, like a single staff member.
Would have to be something else.
their whole job goes from making the stuff to just checking other people's. Now that would speed it up because you got one person that's maybe checking 100 people's different stuff, but then there's the other part of vetting if they're good enough. So like someone comes along, hey, yeah, I want to make stuff, and then they look at their stuff and it's like, well, this is shit. Like it's just, no offense, but that's what it could be, you know. And they basically say, sorry, mate, your stuff's just not up to snuff. You know, so it makes it a bit difficult.
It's like looking at the housing areas of some games. You know, you get where you could decorate your house or the yard or stuff, and you go to some places and they are offensive to the eye. There's no eye candy there. It's like, oh God, no.
You're basically describing Birmingham in the UK at this point,
right? You know, and then at other places you go, and it's everything makes sense. Placement of yep, and it's just you go, yeah, oh, I'll steal that and do that on mine because that's a really great idea, you know. So there is that element where some of it will be crap and some of it will be good, and someone's taste, you know, people's tastes differ, and and that so complicates.
Can you imagine if like you get a junior scriptwriter for CIG? And they say literally, okay, we're going to, you know, your challenge as a scriptwriter is we're going to give you the challenge to do 500 lines of script for just NPC crews to just chatter back and forth, just to make it feel like a crew. It doesn't have to be about what's going on. It could just literally kind of.
You're talking about wild lines.
Yeah, exactly that. And then let us do it.
Yeah.
Give us a bit rate, tell us what to record it in, and literally, how many people here would jump at the chance
Actually,
to voice a couple of lines of CIG for absolute free? Like, take my whack. Take my whack. If it ends up in the game...
Can I just make a suggestion? I would actually take the Inforunners approach and do it almost by committee. So have, people put in that they want to work on it, but get maybe 10 people, and that way they're all self-checking each other. So when it does come time for an actual CIG employee to look at it, it's at least been refined. That's how I would do it. Yeah. I think we've talked a little bit on this. I think I have now confirmed I do want to do a show on this because we've obviously talked about it for a fair bit. So we'll put that in the bank at some point and maybe do a show on it. I do want to move on though, because we've talked on it for almost 25 minutes now, so that was a long one.
All right. I've got a question. Totally changed its topic.
I've literally got... Go ahead, I've had it highlighted under my mouth for 25 minutes, but go ahead.
Hey, that's okay. Well, I looked at it,
you bastard, but go ahead. Yep.
But it was Felony Angel Devereux says, how do you get a dragonfly back into the Bay of a Kraken in Atmo? As far as I know, the dragonfly doesn't fly in Atmo.
I believe that those doors on the bottom are going to be a bit like caterpillar doors. So it'll probably be a lift that goes right down to the floor. And then it takes you to the cargo bay, and then you just go from the cargo bay up to the dragonfly.
But I thought that was a great question, because it totally changed the topic.
There might even be a tractor beam on the Kraken. I haven't looked for it. But a big ship like that, with the Caterpillar's got 2 tractor beams on it. I assume that there's going to be similarities between the Kraken and the Caterpillar.
Do you really want to be taking your Caterpillar down onto a planet anyway? It's the other question.
All right. Next question, if it's going to let me do this. How much cargo capacity will the 600i Explorer have after the rework? I expect 127 SCU with 7 × 3 × 5 in the main cargo hold, or 22 or more in the secondary hold. I am not a SAS guy, so this is not my question. Algared, I think you're probably the closest with the 600i. Badger's face says it's all. I think we've lost Algared. Algared, are you still there?
I believe I'm still here, but I don't know whether you can...
I can't see you, but I can hear you. So,
yeah.
Want to answer the question? There you go.
So, my answer is lots.
Yeah.
I can't give a figure. I don't want to give a figure. The second you start doing that, you just open yourself to errors. It's having a rework. We know it's got more cargo space. We know it's got more room.
Yeah. I would say half the size of a C1, because they've shown it having the vehicle in it. So that seems to be a logical. I'm not even saying like Algared. I'm not giving you a number. I'm just saying roughly it looks like half the C1, doesn't it?
It can take an over tank. So whatever place an over tank takes up on a cargo grid,
that's not promised though. By the way, is it? That was just like at the moment it could possibly take one. So that might change. They might look at it and go, for gameplay reasons, it can't take a tank because it's too powerful. So we'll see. All right.
Badges,
do you want to speak to that at all? Or?
There you go.
Nope.
Next question.
Duke says, some of the people are making a lot of statements that are weird. Anyway, so Duke's question is, with the availability of fuel in Pyro, do you think CIG is thinking of getting the Expanse on the roadmap? Expanse refining, you'd find...
Maybe.
I think it's kind of already there, because we've got refineries. It's just taking the refinery that's in the station and moving it out, and then building an active gameplay to work with that. So, it's kind of low-hanging fruit, but is it required for Pyro? No, I don't think it's required for Pyro. I think you could put it in right now if they wanted to. It's again, Squadron 42 is the priority, so it's the needs of that, isn't it? And then whatever they decide to do after that. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think the Expanse is going to come into its own more when Quanta comes in, and then you're facing potentially fuel shortages. At the moment, when you can just go to a station, go fuel, click.
Yeah.
That there's really no need to refine over and above the money that you can make. Once that starts to dry up, and then you're like, well, hell, this system is like blockaded or really struggling to get fuel in, and the only way we can get fuel is the people that are mining it now, giving it to the Expanse and letting the Expanse, refine it and then handing it to the refuelers. That's, again, how soon do you want to bring that in?
Because there's another way
to avoid paywalls for new players.
There's another way you can go, and that's the staff era. Because rather than getting refinery, why not gas scooping? They're both two new features essentially. I would probably argue though the refining's the easier one to do.
I would like to see a bit of both. Where the stations actually you need to resupply the station. So there are times when you need to bring your ship to to bring the oxygen and the water.
Create some interesting gameplay there too. Having to convoy staff areas from Stanton to Pyro, that's pretty interesting too.
Yeah,
just to test jump points. I can see a couple of big benefits there. Yeah, good point, Andrew.
So I want to see places like even any of the Lagrange points around Stanton needing resupply. How are they getting all this fuel? Well, they've got to be resupplied. Do they need oxygen? Do they need water? How are you doing it? And
it'll be really interesting. And I know, like, this is so unimportant. It'll be miles down the line. But that visual indicator, there are so many pods and things that already hang off the station as just part of their physical makeup, that being able to get there and go, oh, we might struggle for fuel because there's only one fuel pod attached to this thing.
Oh crap, there's only one oxygen pod left. This place is in trouble.
Wouldn't it be really cool too if there are visual cues down the line too? So like you could almost visually see how much fuel is in a container on a station and stuff like that. And that someone asked a question, and I don't remember what it was, but I remember reading it going, geez, I want to answer that later. But it'll come back around. I'll talk about it then when we get to that question. Hopefully we get to it because there are a lot of questions still to go through. Someone's suggesting, again, it's a statement, maybe a bounty Corsair, the SWAT Blue Corsair. That's not a bad idea, actually, a variant of the Corsair. That's not a terrible idea. And I also float the idea, then what about a variant of the MSR? Did you guys see that? Variants of Corsair and MSR down the line? Or does that give you bad blood, Algared, with the Inforunners series? I'm just sitting there going,
I'm just thinking, to me, the Corsair is a direct variant of, it's a Drake version of the Aquila. Okay, what would they do with a Drake version of an Andromeda? Now, I know one of the big things that seemed to be, certainly at the time, is they wanted to make the Drake, yes, it's an Aquila, but they wanted to make it different from an Iconi, so it didn't have a snub. And that change, and you almost got those size 3s on the wing, whereas Iconi's got the snub. The cargo space was the same. So what do you change on the ship to make point? How do you make the cause? Do you just want Corsair parallels to the Connie? A Corsair Taurus version, a Corsair Andromeda version, a Corsair, or have you got something else that you can bring to the table to make that variant? And I'm happy to see variants, but I'd like. Are we just mirroring the other one to just give a choice, or are we making something brand new? I can see value for both.
I think that'd be more likely when we get into that area of direct competition. Yeah, I think that's probably where it'll end up lying. All right. I'm really missing the bot, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Well, Badges, this one's for you, man. I'll let you answer this one. Dropped Yogurt says, do you guys have more plans for the What Would It Take series? Those rock. Well, it's not called What Would It Take anymore, is it, Badges?
It's not. It's now called Command and Control, or as we would call it in the military, C2. But yes, it's been rebranded by the guys. I had no part in it. That was all
Piss
their
off,
hard work.
it was-
I'm not trying.
It was you and Essay. That's who you did.
I was. I'm not trying to. It was definitely essay. I'm
Yeah.
not trying to claim anyone else's hard work there. But that
Yeah.
was. Yeah. So yes, is the long and short answer. The trick is there.
I did want to rename it though. I wasn't happy with the name, so yeah, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
back.
Now, I know when you mentioned the name to me, I went, of course. It wasn't there was no, you've got to bend me on it. It was, that's a much better name because that's what it was really looking at. It was how do you command and control a fleet for this or do this and yeah.
Yeah. But we've definitely got plans to do some more. The trick there is poor old execute is trying to coordinate across 3 time zones. You have US, Australia, and the UK, and that's just not good for anyone because no matter which way you cut it, someone's getting up at 04. Fuck's sake.
And it's always me. It's always me because you guys both work, so I've got to be the one that gets up at 4 a.m. But if I get up at those shitty times, it often, now that we're trying to regularly do these streams, I can't quite be as flexible as I used to be. So it's generally got to be at a very particular date, and if those gents have got other stuff on, it just doesn't work. So got to move the whole week forward. Might not work. So that's why they're rarer, because it's just hard to get us all 3 together, as Badger's alluded to.
You know, and in the meantime, if you've got any ideas, you can always fling them to myself or execute, pop them in into the Discord. Probably best place to put it is questions for professionals, because that way you're going to get the right people to come and do the fleet. It doesn't always have to have a military cant to it. It's just, there are so many military scenarios you can come up with in Star Citizen that it's not a bad place to start. So if there's something you'd like to see, just let us know.
Yeah, maybe also episode suggestions might be another place for it as well. But yeah, I think we're keeping it pretty general at the moment because, as we've said in some of the episodes, the more vague it is, sometimes the more interesting things pop out. And I know I'm learning a lot doing them. I don't know, maybe we'll get you in on one, Algared, if you're interested. Would that be in your wheelhouse or?
Oh, I'm always happy to give anything a go. Like I'm not a racer, but hey, I do racing. So
it's just been really interesting for me because there's these 2 military guys that are very steadfast on what they've been taught, and sometimes I challenge their thinking because it's a game, not military. But yeah.
So to change our topic slightly, Joshua Alberta says, "Oh my God, there's a merchandising idea similar to Mr. Beast Burger, sell whammers at existing restaurants." And it got me thinking. A couple of years at the last live CitizenCon, they had the Big Benny's food truck. So my question is, what food vendor are we going to have this year? Will it be a Whammers? Will it be a
Buster's Bars?
Buster's Bar?
Yeah. I don't know about you, Badgers, but I want Old Man Hurston eggs. I think curried eggs, devil's eggs.
That'd be something Uber would do, I think.
Yeah. All right.
Would it be, will it be Bevic Group running the merchant, the shops at the live CitizenCon, or will it be Sarah Mills? So they're 2 big companies. So, yeah.
Algared, do you want to take a question from?
Yep. Mogar59 says, this is thinking about Turbulent, and they say, do you think that the new Turbulent ship team will make a small ship, medium ship, or large ship first? I think they'll make all 3, so I'm adding that little bit into your quick. I know you did say.
Isn't the guy going up there too a guy that did a lot of the Argo stuff as well?
I hope so. If that's true, that means more Argo. Yes. So I think they'll make all 3. What will they make first? What will they make first? So it's a question. So
I'd like to see Montreal specialize in Consolidated Outland, as I said earlier today, that they they don't have they're a fairly big manufacturer, but they just don't have the ships to match.
Yeah, but I hate Consolidated Outland more than I hate Drake.
Why so? What's wrong? What's wrong with Consolidated Outland?
Silas.
Don't bring law into your functionality of ships discussion. That's never going to work. But yeah. Badges, do you have a problem with Consolidated Outland or?
Not at all, mate. No. No issue with Consolidated Outland.
You guys just have no taste.
I mean, it's just because, like, I think Algared's just been irradiated looking at his stream. I don't know what's going on there, but you've got this green glow, mate, going on.
It's because he's gone into 8-bit Algared, and so the green
8-bit
screen,
owl.
yeah, around the outside.
I was kidding. Like my brain is just not a good place to reside. But I was literally just going to go. All of a sudden, the loss of the beard makes sense.
Mm. I think
and this is why I can't have nice things.
Yeah, I think probably they're more likely to make a small ship first as a test bed. But if they're also having multiple people going straight in on it, you could also see them going straight to a medium, learning the art assets and stuff like that. They could be go straight in to do multiple ships at the same time. Again, a manufacturer like Consolidate Outlane does make a lot of sense because they don't have a full library for those guys. So the other advantage is if they allow them to build their own library, there's no drawback because it's unique. The other advantage, though, is if you are teaching someone, you want them to be able to do it the same as what you've already done. So do they give them a new one where it's less likely they've got a bit more flexibility, or do they give them an older one and ground them in the reality of the art asset so they have the same style down as everyone else?
Yep. And that gives grounds for them doing, you wouldn't give them Drake because there's a lot of Drake ships. You wouldn't give them RSI because you wouldn't give them Anvil or, and so you'd pick a manufacturer that doesn't have any ships.
Who would you think then, Algared? Just chucking it back at you.
I'm agreeing with you. The one that makes sense is Consolidated because we've got the Pioneer that's not being built yet.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got the Mustang. What else have they got? Oh, and they've got the Nomad.
That's it.
So, and the style language of both of those ships is vastly different. So, what do you do? The other one I'd say, and do I need to mention it by name? Come on, what am I going to say? What am I going to say? Got it.
I know him too well. God damn it! Actually, Badges, at this point, did you know he was going to say Kruger? I'm just wondering, Badges, are you on the same page?
Yeah. The first time we started talking about ships, and you were going, I can't imagine a ship that I would want to see more of. I was just going, you're setting him up. Literally setting him up.
Oh, look, I would love to see more Kruger ships. I'd love to see even more weapons from them. It's a bit like we said with Hurston the other week. They've got weapons in their shop, but we want to see more.
Yeah.
And I think one of you guys said, why don't Hurston have a ship?
Yeah. Oh, they definitely need more guns, I think I said at the time.
Yeah.
But I think I did say they could have been like Kruger, where they could actually, no one's using our shit, let's go make a, I don't know. They call them attrition, so attrition is like depletion, so which is what they do to their workers. So I'm trying to think maybe all their gun names are based on names like that.
Although Kruger was slightly different because they literally made all the parts. And it was one of their board meetings, and one of their execs said, well, we make all the parts, why don't we make the gun? And I went, okay. So they, but they were known for making parts really, really top-notch quality and delivering those parts on time and under budget. And then they built the weapon, and the only reason the weapon didn't necessarily go, the Tiger Strikes didn't sell initially well is because no one knew who they were. The manufacturers knew who they were, but the public didn't. And when they made a deal with Aegis and put it on the Titan, that was it. Went through the roof.
Yeah.
And they avoided that with the P-52. They just went straight to RSI and said, "Hey, let's pair up. We'll build a ship," and bang.
I blame you.
Monster AV has just said in chat, would be interesting if the Hurstons made a heavily armed glass cannon ship to demo a bunch of their guns. And I've instantly, obviously, that would be the Oppressor.
Ooh, that's a good name for it. I like that. Yes. Yeah, write that down, CIG. That's a good name.
Liberator.
No, because all their names are like that. Attrition, so Oppressor, that makes the most sense. Yeah, I like that.
For a ship, it's got to be the Freedom Bringer.
Yeah.
The Settler.
For from Hurston. I mean, I mean,
It's impressive.
from Hurston, I could see it being called the UES Arbitrary Freedom. I mean, that I could see.
No, Badgers. You know, you got to remember. Algared, he's a good friend of the Hursons. You know, we like that boy, and we
Is that why he's allowed out?
I think
as opposed to the others who are not.
The safest name that I think I would give them is like the HMS Shepherd or something like that. You know.
Yes,
Tending their flock.
That would work.
But really bringing them in.
No, that would work because what do they say in the hospital? You know, you need to be taught by your betters. So you need to be cared for and shepherded and brought along, kicking and screaming into the factory floor.
All right. So there's a question here by.
I see you like that, Badgers.
North Rain Trooper says, "Did you see my previous Q&A submission with the snare tutorial?" No, I did not. Did you guys see that? I didn't see that.
No, I didn't. Sorry, North End.
So sorry about that, North Rain. No, we did not catch it. All right, we've got another question by Monster Avery here, who says, "Do you think the eventual Anvil capital will be more gun brawler based, or do you think it would be an e-warfare ship?" It could be either. It could be either. I am still leaning towards a bit of a tank. Personally, what about you, Badgers and Algared? What are your thoughts? If you because I'm pretty sure, right, that the Odyssey is one of those three. I think it's Polaris, Odyssey, and then whatever's missing. So the Odyssey becomes, you know, my analogy of rock paper scissors. It becomes the paper. It's the outlier. And then if you got the Polaris at the scissors, then we're missing the defensive ship. So e-warfare does fall under defense. Maybe don't know.
I could see an e-warfare heavily armoured ship. Yep. I could certainly see it being heavily armoured.
That makes sense.
We know that they've got there is a ship that's being built on the Killian. I think the yard's in Killian. It's been being talked about for years. So, is it a super big? Is it a battle cruiser? Is it, you know, how they designate it? Don't know. But there's certainly something. Will we ever get it? Don't know. But we've certainly heard about it for a while. So.
All right, let's ask the military man, because if he doesn't have a good answer, he's fired. No, but seriously, what?
Well, if he doesn't have a good answer, it means that probably
no pressure, Badgers, no pressure. So if Anvil was going to make a capital ship roughly in line with the Polaris and Odyssey, and it was defensive, what would you expect, or what would you want? I guess I would put that to you that way.
I'm not sure I would kind of see them as along the lines of offensive and defensive, because e-warfare is something in large ship.
I changed the question.
Combat ships.
I changed the question, Badgers. So he asked that in his question. The E4. I'm asking you, as a defensive ship from Anvil that was in line with the Polaris and the Odyssey, what would you expect? So a defensive Anvil that it's around that size. What would you expect? And it doesn't have to be e-warfare. It can be whatever you want it to be.
Something that could sit alongside the Polaris. In
size compatibility.
I mean, E-war is something, but it's complementary warfare. On its own, in the maritime sense, it's not its own thing. It's trying to defeat some way that your opponent fights. So stopping detection, jamming their communications, disrupting their ability to target you. It's on its own, it's what they call a soft kill measure, which is you're temporarily removing your opponent's ability to fight. You're not destroying them or, you know, damaging them to the point where their only thing that they can do is go home.
I've just thought of one that I want to throw at you, and you can feel totally free to shatter my dreams or whatever you want to call it. But I'm thinking anti-torpedo flak. So it's designed to, like, because I thought of the Polaris, right? And then I thought of all the other torpedoes and stuff like that. The Javelin's got torpedoes, but there is no 100% dedicated, you know, it kind of does AoE kind of depth charges. So it's kind of like depth charges, flak. Can you see where I'm going with this? So it's not really designed to... It's defensive, right? But it's not really designed to kill other things, but it's designed to stop other things from killing. I don't know. Yeah, is that a thing? Like anti-torpedoes? Is that a real thing in today's...
Yeah, so I mean, you could do, if you look at World War II ships like the Atlanta, which was a light cruiser, they were brought up because their main armaments, and there were other ships that could do this as well, a lot of destroyers could do this, where their main armaments, the main guns, were also effective. They could load a round that would explode midair like flak.
Right.
So you could, rather than doing what battleships were doing, which was 15, 16-inch guns, blatting each other, and then just the other guns on the deck, they could turn their entire armament to taking out fighters, torpedo bombers, dive bombers, the whole shebang. And it was terrifying because just the weight of what they would put up. So yes, there's definitely that. I think the other thing that we could start doing is potentially looking at larges that are designed to punch up. Because we know there's the Perseus, but the Perseus is designed to punch across. And then they say that it has the ability to, if it targets specific systems with capital ships,
Polaris
to damage those.
Polaris does punch up, just so you're aware.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, relying on its torpedoes to do so. But
True.
What about something that, you know, with more kind of turrets along the size of size 8, size 9?
Wants a larger version of a Perseus. That's what he wants.
I mean, basically, yeah. I mean, why not?
He's getting chubby just thinking about it. I can hear it from here.
I think, you know, in terms of the flak thing, is a really nice idea, but I think that could sit really nicely on the Hammerhead roll, where you change the guns out for flak dispensers, effectively. Just like, here you go, have some flak for you and you and everybody.
But the comeback thing and come back to, though, is how does flak work in space? Like, does that limit it to just ballistics? Like, can you have because I was thinking of it, what if there was a shell, right, and it's it's a half ballistic, half. What if it's a temporary shield burst, like an energy discharge that just like for 20 seconds or whatever, it just makes like a
shockwave.
Yeah, kind of, and it acts like a shield or something. So it stops lasers, and then there's another one that, you know, literally stops ballistics. I don't know where I'm going with this, but like I was trying to go like, how do you take that? Well, because we know it's World War II in space, because that's what they've said, right? So I'm trying to take the torpedoes, the depth charges, the flak and all that, and how do you turn that into space stuff? And I'm struggling, so I'm wondering where they've gone with it. You
can kind of still do the same, right? And that it's just an explosion that happens close to stuff. You know, ballistic. You know, there are plenty of rounds that will explode a certain distance from the ship. Yeah. So you can get 20 millimeter high explosive, and they effectively operate like flak.
So would you like the Perseus, where the Perseus got bespoke armor? Could you see that its speciality is a gun that can kind of set the timer where the So almost like you're on a scroll wheel, and as you're firing the gun, you're scrolling the mouse wheel backwards and forwards, setting where they're detonating. That could be kind of cool. So you're essentially making AOE bullets. You're just scrolling the mouse wheel backwards and forwards.
You could have all sorts. It could operate automatically off the range of your target. You could have one where it's just exploding at all sorts. And like, I'm thinking about the Battlestar Galactica, when they just put up the flak on one side and it's exploding at max range down to minimum range, and it's just this barrage of nasty.
You could even have
you could do all that sort of stuff.
Proximity, I just thought of as well. It is in the future after all, so you could have proximity as well.
Yeah.
I've lost Algared's face.
Get it back. Again.
Yeah. Something, like a space sea whiz, exactly. You know, there's all sorts of things you need. I do like the idea, a couple of people have mentioned it, of a drone ship as well, drone control ship.
That always comes up a lot as well, but the only problem I have with that is that it's just a military attack drone thing. So essentially, though, isn't it just NPCs? They are just it's akin to having just like an NPC in a Merlin, you know.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to decide whether you fly one of them. So as a drone operator, you fly one, and the rest of your drone wing mimic.
Yeah.
So whatever you're doing, they kind of form up on you. They attack your target.
That I can get behind, right? And
if you're doing that, wouldn't you just use it as a remote control thing from your terminal on the ship?
But then, Algared, it comes back to the ship itself. Like, the ship would have a limit to how far away it can go as well. So there are pros and cons where you're fighting all these little drones that can be picked off, But if they just decide to ignore the drones and go straight for your ship, then you could be in trouble. So
And
it's essentially taking the guns that are physically placed on a ship and putting them on the drone. So essentially, the way you got to visualize it is they're flying guns
It's the
that go
version
with
of
your ship. Yeah.
it's like the difference between the Corsair at the moment and a Connie.
Mm.
Like the size 3 gimbal weapons on the Corsair's wing are the equivalent of the P-52. Yes, the P-52 is only size 2 and 2 size 1, but they're mobile. So they fly separately, and that gives you the balance. It's no different from that. We see that in game already, at least from my perspective.
Yeah.
But in terms of the debate, in terms of the ship that type of AA anti-missile ship, I've always seen that as the role of a hammerhead. It was anti-fighter, anti-torpedo. That was part of its role. Its job is to shield the bigger ships from fighters and torpedoes. And if it needs to, and it's got done everything else and it can do nothing else, no more, it puts itself in harm's way in place of in front of a torpedo to shield that big ship if it needs to. That's what I say a hammerhead's job is. It's to be a red shirt on a ship, basically. It's the red shirt of the fleet. It dies before the capital ship.
Was there any? Okay, then if you're looking at defensive, is there any clearly defensive roles from World War II that we're missing? Like we've got the Perseus and the Hammerhead. Is there anything else in there that is clearly missing?
No, I mean, I've got to keep coming back to the idea of carrier, some description, something that could put up.
Isn't that the Kraken? Like really,
a couple of pairs of wingmen. Yes and no. I think when you look at all the combat carriers, ships that are designed to carry other ships into combat, they all seal away. The Idris seals them away. The Polaris seals them away. The Bengal, the Pegasus, they all put them. Even the Javelin. They are held within the hull. They are completely away from.
So then my response to you would be, isn't those carriers that you're actually looking for, the bigger ships like the Bengal and the Pegasus that aren't purchasable by us, they have to be all worked on in game? That would be my question back to you.
I mean, possibly for the really big stuff, but for a few pairs of wingmen, let's say you've got, again, I'm going back to the whole pyro jumping around system. What is it? What is otherwise ships like the Gladius and the any of the light fighters, the medium fighters become defensive only.
Yeah.
Because what are they launching from to be aggressive? Or an offensive asset. There's nothing there in that group, and people know I just hate liberators for that purpose. I think there's a lot of gaps for other things in that gap.
I think at present, even on the current plan, the 890 is a better fighter platform than the Liberator is, because of it is internal, and currently you can get 3 arrows in there. Now at the moment the arrow is the meta.
I think
so it makes it a very good carrier ship, but it still falls into that I wouldn't want to use it.
I think we could make this really simple. When they bring the Liberator out, they bring out 2 variants, one for the ships and one for vehicles, and I think it would solve all the problems. That's our bit. Like that's the takeaway, isn't it, Badges? Like everything you and SA have said to me, is that it's because it's trying to do 2 things at once. If you put it back into one defined role, it kind of fixes those issues. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I just my insides start to hurt when I consider the Liberator for anything other than a shipping ship. It's a removals lorry that takes vehicles instead of furniture.
But if they made it so that it basically carried 5 ships or 5 vehicles, would that fix majority of your issues with it?
I mean, it would need. You're effectively talking about another ship. I mean, it would need a massive rework. It would need interior space for those ships.
Yep.
And I think that would just be, that would be. There's such an opportunity there for just another ship.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be particularly combat worthy. It doesn't need to be something that sits in the line itself. It
Yep.
goes in, it hides in an asteroid belt somewhere, it launches fighters, it recovers fighters. But yeah.
All right, super chat there just
Um,
popped in from Hawkeye. I assume the Perseus would have different ammunitions. One of them would be proxy fuse rounds to help against the large torpedoes. I'll let you speak to that, but just because you know it as well as I do in that regard.
Yeah, we're not sure. We think so. For us, the bits that we focus on, or I've focused on rightly or wrongly, is where it says that you can change them on the fly. Now, they've talked about different ammunition types. On the fly, for me, kind of means that one round can do multiple things. I'll give you an example. The big rounds that come out of the 4.5-inch gun at the front of British naval frigates, they have a number of settings. One is impact, and then there are a couple of settings for exploding above, and it basically uses a Doppler above the ground to basically create an airburst munition. Something like that. So maybe electronically charging it versus not. But yes, I think you're definitely in the right round in that there will be multiple things that we can do with those rounds. Agreed.
I remember seeing a screenshot, and I'm just looking it up right now, of the Perseus, and it showed a magazine of about 6 bullets. So my assumption was that it basically, you could load up 6 at a time, and basically, so say there's different ammo types that you're putting in, you had to expend the bullets in the cartridge before you could put new ones in. And I know it had an automatic loader thing with it, and I'm just trying to find the screenshot, and of course I'm never going to be able to find it while I'm looking for it.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. There's certain things that, that there's a number of ways they can handle it. I guess the trick there would be the on-the-fly bit would be the fact that you could do that during the fight as opposed to preloading your ship with it, and then once you go away, that's it. What you've preloaded is what you've got until you've expended it or return to base. So, yeah, that works.
Just trying to find it, sorry. In the butt. I know it's here somewhere. Just give me a second. All right, okay, I'm on the right page. This thing. All right, hang on. How do I make that bigger? There we go. Cool. And flicking it over. This is probably going to break because I haven't got the setup. Let's hey, it kind of half broke. Because you don't have a green. Wait. Do you have a green screen on, or do you have your background on? Anyway.
Stand by. I can change it on the fly.
Cool, thank you. But you can see the cartridge there behind it. That's what I was essentially talking about. Like if you're loading in these different it even looks like an ammunition type selector thing here. So that was my thought process. I think that they select them, load them, but again, time will tell.
And thank you, John Flick, for the super chat there, the 199. A ship with a sniper-like role, not a missile.
I believe it's called the Ares.
Yes,
Ion.
I believe it.
But it doesn't work properly at the moment.
The railgun.
Yeah, true. That's another one.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think the Ares Ion will eventually have a very slow fire rate, and I'm almost envisioning like a charge time, like maybe you got to hold it for like 5 seconds and then let it go, type of thing. That's how the way it is now, where it's that's not how I ever envisioned it being. I don't know about you two gents, but I always imagined it as this.
Wait, how does it go now? Oh no, the other one you did.
No. Slap your face.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he doesn't want to do the multiple one again. But I always saw both of them being as more the big snipery ship. The fighter that sits at the back and go, targets and then fires, and it's almost like the old Banu Defenders with almost an instantaneous, a really fast bullet.
Yeah.
But not like the big A10 type weapon. To me, it just did.
You have I'm thinking of actually, there's one in this game. You know that rail gun that charges up and it kind of like shoots the blue but on the Ares. So it's just this blue trail that goes through the sky, and it fairly fast though. And if you get hit by it, you're stuffed. Because it also means that it doesn't work against small ships, because small ships go, hey, I can see that coming, and they move. But if you're firing at it like an Idris, the Idris is like, oh shit, well, here it comes. What am I going to do? And again, if it can't be shot down, as in its energy, not physicalized, they've got to move or take the hit. And if they can't avoid it, you know, they can also then focus all their gunfire at the ion or whatever to try and take it out. Or, hey guys, we really need help, there's this ion and we can't get it, come help, you know, that teamwork type thing. So yeah, I don't know, we'll see. That they've obviously got all these moving parts, and they're trying to work out the gameplay to give everyone their little thing. So yeah. All right, next question.
Twitch offers a question from Twitch.
Yeah, go for it.
How do you feel? I don't know whether we've done this, but where it was repeated on YouTube, but they say, how do you feel about the Hull C potentially coming in Q3 or so this year? Do you think its comparatively massive cargo cap will pose a serious issue given the small nature of the verse?
Yeah, so you and I did kind of answer this one earlier, didn't we? So
I thought we kind of did.
Yeah, so
go with that. And as I was reading it, I was thinking.
So real quick, I'll just give you the abridged version. What does it bring to the table? The quantum would have to change, and bigger cargo boxes. I think that was kind of it, Algared, in short. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think the other thing that we thought it would give would be it gets it in game so they can actually see it work and do other stuff. But yeah. What about you, Badgers?
Yeah, you didn't talk about that one. And this is
just from the point of view of whether or not I think it's too big for the verse right now, or
the whole question. How do you feel about the Hull C potentially coming into Q3? And do you think its comparatively massive cargo ship will be a serious issue given the smallness of the verse? So both of those.
No, I think it's going to be cool to have something bigger again in the verse and start to put the scale a little bit more in perspective. Is it going to be too big? No, not until Quanta comes in. They might have to be really careful with Quanta once it's in. You know, I think they'll just need to look very carefully at what they've got at the moment in terms of buying stuff and then waiting for, you know, it to refill. I mean, the whole season, as you've rightly pointed out, is on a whole different scale to that. But I think this is people prepping themselves for, you know, if you think you're going to take your Hull D or your Hull E and you're going to go and get really high value cargo with that, that's not the case. You're going to be shifting aluminium or foodstuffs or whatever. You know, it's going to be very low, and what's going to make you the money is how much you are carrying.
Yep.
You know, and it's the same thing that's going to make running an Avenger profitable, because then you run a couple of SU crates that are worth, you know, 100,000 credits each.
And those whole series are very clearly designed for different size rolls. We've said this a few times. A to B is pretty much between planet or maybe one system over at best. You know, Hull C is generally the same thing across systems or within a system. And then when you go to D and E, it's like the highway train. They are just going from one side of the solar system to the other and back again. That's all. And like if they came into Stanton, they'll stop at Arkport. Arkport. That's going to stick now. ArcCorp, you know, because it's a big city planet of that system, and then they'll just move on. You know, if they go into, you know, they went into Earth, into the solar system, they'd stop at Earth, and they don't even land. They just stop at the starport, and then they move on. Because they're so big they can't land, so they just stop, move on. They're just like a train. You know, when I was in Sydney, the train stopped for 10 seconds and they keep going. They don't. They dump and go. They're not there for a pleasure cruise. They're all work, no play. So yeah,
I could even see them not even going to the station above the planet. They'd go to a transport hub. They'd go to Overlake shipping hub. And they drop off their cargo there, and then everything would go to there and spread it out.
Yep, 100%. They could, some systems, because it's like right on the edge of the galaxy or whatever, they might just go straight through the wormhole, dump it, like Algared said, and it's there. Stuff this, I'm done. I'm out now. You know, so they get it there, and they it's not their job to play, what do you call it, distributor. So yeah. Now I've lost where I was up to on questions. All right, so Corey Stone says, I'm going to bring this up. Hold on. Select question. Corey Stone says, how do you two feel about the whole sea? No, it's the same. Have I just asked the same question twice? I feel like I've just asked the same question twice. But this is on YouTube.
Yeah, we have just answered.
That's so weird. Yeah, that's the same question, but from a different person. So,
Yep.
okay.
And Serenity Yank, welcome, being a first-time chat person in chat. So awesome to see you in Twitch.
Yeah. So the next question would be from Stabons the Yeti. Sorry, off topic, but do you think when the armor is actually implemented, will ships actually be able to take jumps? Oh, take bumps. Example: small racers can take slide damage but not blow up, or the big boy ships can still run with it. Well, I think we've kind of got examples of that in game at the moment, because look at the Terrapin. That thing's a damn tank. And I think armor will be broken off. I think you'll be able to break armor off. I think that's how it's going to work. I'm not 100% certain, but the way I kind of look at it, if you look at how the Ares, I think something like the Ares, and I've said this in a couple of streams now, will be able to remove the armor, then other ships can shoot. Because we've also heard things like smaller ships can't penetrate capital armor. Then how do you make that a thing? The only way it makes sense is if the armor gets blown off by something, and then it can be shot. I don't know.
I know people often say, they don't like that idea, but you look at the ships we've got, which have armor. So we the Idris M versus the Idris P.
Yeah.
The Idris P was basically an M, but had its railgun taken off and some of the armor taken off, and that made it faster.
Yeah.
The Starfarer and the Starfarer G. The Starfarer G comes in and it's had armor added, and so there's clearly something that's going on that's being added to the ships, and I think we even saw that with ships like the Vanguard series.
Well, they can actually use that same tech they're using for the salvaging skinning, right? So they could actually show, like when you shot a Starfarer, you could actually show that there was a crack there in the armor, so to speak, by using the same similar type of tech. Badgers and Algared, you're both World War II type of people as well. I bring this back to the question of then is, what was armor like? Now I know they had reactive armor, and I know armor can fall off. Like this game is very physicalized. Does that make sense to you guys? That it's more likely shot off?
I know that German tanks, they tended to, and even Allied tanks, when they were trying to up armor them because the armor was too thin, you'd bolt your tracks to the front to give you a bit more armor. The skirts on side of tanks were added to absorb it, take the hit and protect the tracks from damage. So that type of thing was something they were adding to older vehicles to extend their life or improve the survivability in situations. So I think the Soviets even just having logs tied to their tanks, at times to help give them extra armor. So yes,
was that the Shiver Me Timbers tank? I'm just kidding. Badgers, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, got to echo what Algared said, really. If you look at the old battleships, when you see them out of water or you see them you've got the hull coming down, and then there is a bulge, and that bulge was known as the bulge or the anti-torpedo armor belt. And the whole idea was that was supposed to wear, as torpedoes were probably the most singularly devastating weapon that a ship would face. Round for round, one torpedo versus 1 16-inch shell, give them the shell every day of the week. That bulge was literally designed to wear the impacts, break away, and protect the integrity of what was known as the citadel, which is the area inside the ship that you really don't want water in. So yeah, it's being able to strip that back, being able to effectively peel it off by shooting it so many times, that makes a lot of sense to me. And if you look at the idea of hull scraping and the opposite, repairing it by literally pasting it back on with these tools, I think you're right. I think that's the way CIG are headed.
Yeah.
But we haven't heard CIG say this. This is pure speculation, but it seems to make sense.
Again, connecting dots as we do more and more these days. But anyway.
But we do have to say it's not from CIG. We haven't heard this from CIG. If they go this way, awesome. If they don't go this way, we're not saying this is what they said they were doing. It's just we're looking at it and going, this makes sense to us.
Monstravia, I think I speak for both Algared and I. We prefer the term distinguished to old.
Yes.
But yes, in effect.
Old man Hurston fully agrees with that statement, by the way.
I prefer the statement old fart because that's what they are. Anyway, right.
It sounds better like distinguished fart. Distinguished man Hurston. I think that.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
I
don't need
You're
that
just
visual.
Execute's really just a disgruntled uwu. You know, he's just a United Worker of
you say so.
A United Workers Union member, and and wonders why he doesn't get promoted. Well,
so it looks like Stop and Sniffer was thinking along the same line as us before. He says, "Would the Mantis be a good platform for a Pathfinder tracker data runner?" I thought I brought that up as a question, but obviously I didn't. Yeah. So that's kind of what I said, didn't I? And you guys said that as well, an MSR Pathfinder variant. So yeah, I think it could do that. Anything that's utility based. And I think the science might be a really good one though, because well, again, it does make it stand a little bit on the Reliant though. So I don't know. I'd see it as a taco truck if it was done right too. If you get something on the side.
I could see it doing the same types of jobs as a Terrapin. And you look at the roles a Terrapin has in game, like you look at the lore. It enters the lore as part of a utility squadron. It's not and it's got role, and the Marines like using it as their dropship because it might be more squishy, but it's more protected. So I could see it having the same types of roles. If they give more variants of the Terrapin, I could see the Mantis getting an equal variation of those roles. So, but yeah.
Someone's saying that there's something about server meshing on this week's ISC, but ISC is not out to my eyes anyway.
Unless it's out and we've missed it because we've been going.
No, I've double checked.
No, it was on the comlink that it was going to be server meshing.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
I guess we'll have a look at the video when it comes out. But yeah, it's not out yet. We've just gone over the 3-hour mark, so we're usually past how long we go. But
we've still got a few questions on Twitch.
Yeah, we'll just keep going to run out of questions. But if we don't get a ISC this week, that's out of our control. This will be the first time it's ever happened. But yeah.
So Ostentatious 1, he's got 2 questions on Twitch. I'm going to separate, but they're next to each other, so I'll deal with them together. So the first question he has is, do you think it would be an interesting gameplay quirk if Antares, or any other ship for that matter, could be built in a way that it totally disables itself if you don't understand how to use it properly?
That initially happened with the Warlock, didn't it? Back in the day.
Yeah. If you fired your QEDs, you knocked yourself out. And so there was always that balance of how to use your ship and not kill yourself. So, especially in atmosphere. So, yep. It was certainly something worth looking at. And I'd like to see that professionalism where, yes, you can fly the ship and have fun, but the better you are and the better you know your ship, the better you are, the better you fly. I used to love what people used to call the helicopter mode in landing. Because if you knew your ship and you knew the characteristics of your ship, you didn't have the problems everyone was complaining about. It was when you got in ship, you didn't know how to fly and you didn't know how the thrusters were working. You were all over the shop. But when you knew your ship, it was fine. At least that's what I found. So the ships I flew a lot, I didn't have hassles with. The ships I didn't fly, I was all over the shop. So
did you mention a second part to his question?
So that was his first question. His second question was, what do you think about a variant of a Perseus that loses a large shield or two for some large EMP and QED devices? Seems to be an RSE trademark right now.
I'd be more likely, Badges, and you correct me if I'm wrong here, I'm more likely to give them an EMP bullet, so to speak, a ballistic shot. So it goes out and it does like a static charge.
Yeah, that would make sense. I think giving a QED or an EMP to something that is so combat capable is dangerous. It sets a dangerous precedent. But yeah, no, I think because Loud Guns has just done a video about 5 variants that he would like to see, and he mentions exactly the same thing, which is a Perseus that loses one of its size 7 turrets for the ability to mount an EMP QED device. I keep doing that because at work we use something called a QMP, so that's just going to keep happening. I'm sorry, but yeah. So yeah, I think that's, it's something that a lot of people are thinking of, and maybe if enough people talk about it, maybe we end up getting it. But
quantum magnetic pulse.
Certainly the fact that
who knew that the Coast Guard had such technology? Anyway, sorry.
Certainly the fact that the Perseus fires ballistic weapons, having a power-hungry device, at least doesn't seem too obscene. Because it's not using as much power, but I could see, because it's using power, maybe it loses its shields or it loses the point defense turret. So, something to really make that a choice you're making to take that. But that's me thinking on the fly and not necessarily thinking balance or anything else. So,
all right. I got a question here on YouTube from Red Cloud, who says, with the recent video of Ray's guide about the common architecture of skyscrapers 900 years in the future, are you guys satisfied with the current architecture, or would you guys like more variety? So I actually addressed this in the Space Tomato video as well. I said, again, if you can have those structures come down and go up over time, they can add new art assets, so every year maybe they bring in a new style, right? And when the style comes in, it also has different colors. So right now, the example I gave is if you look at ArcCorp, how all the buildings are red and they all basically kind of look the same. But then, they have a slightly different tinge. So again, like that 900 plus years of architecture, over time, every time they're adding new art to the library, it just comes in and it's layers upon layers upon layers. And that would also, again, work with that whole potentially building out city based on quantum population. That was where my thought process was. But Badges, Algared, how would you like to speak to that one?
Yeah, Badges.
Yeah, I just think, we're going to see a lot of other stuff. And I think the stuff for me that's really interesting is the stuff that's going to be a mixture of just style, but also style that's driven by the planet. So maybe they can't have tall buildings because of the wind, or maybe everything's on stilts because it floods, or, all that sort of stuff I think would be really interesting to see. But yeah. What about yourself, Algared?
We know there are various styles, so we know that certain planets have one of the old architectural styles. I was trying to think of where Kruger are now based, and I just couldn't remember the name. They're in the city of Sherman, on the old Perry line. Cascom. They're on Cascom, in the city of Sherman, and that's using an old imperial style. Now, the question is, that city is known to be a really lovely city to be. It's a visually beautiful place. So in terms of the different styles and architectural styles you see, are the city planners going to say, no, we don't want that style because it clashes with the style we've got? Are the Hurstons going to say, okay, we're going to go for an imperial style here, or we're going to go for the nice ArcCorp-y or Microtechy style of our buildings here, or are they going to say, no, it clashes too much with what we've got? And so I think the city organisers are going to also, the governments are going to have an impact on what architectural styles are taken. But there'll be some places where it's hell for leather, go for what you want. So I think there's going to be a whole pile of different styles and different amalgamations that come along. And then you'll have the conditions like Badges pointed out. It floods, so it's got to be on stilts.
What's that place called, Alfred, that has those giant cylinders that come out? Do you know where I'm talking about? it's on a volcano planet and they have these massive cylinders come out because essentially that's changing the shape of the city. Because
But they come out. Yep, and they come out. Yep.
what's it called, Algared? Sorry, you just came back. We just got you back.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about, but I don't know the
Yeah.
city. But it's
So-
basically a volcanic planet. The
Yeah.
cylinders are shielding everything and all the rest of it.
So we're going into areas that are more bespoke, is what I'm trying to say. So if you're going from that grid system to a circular system, that changes the thing. So they are going to have to build tech that works with some of this bespoke stuff. So I think as time goes by, we're going to have to see more and more. Again, like we've seen, tools built with on tools and added to over time. I think, the grid system's going to cover 90% of the cities they're going to do, right? But then if they want to get into more bespoke stuff, they're going to have to edit the tools into those more bespoke shit, like how do you do an underwater city?
Yep.
Because you can't really flatten a terrain, can you? As well, at least not as much, because it won't look like it's under the sea and stuff like that. So you get where I'm coming with.
Yeah, and how do you do a subterranean city? And we know there are places where there are subterranean cities because the atmosphere outside is too harsh and too deadly. So
how do you do spider?
that's supposed to change constantly.
Yeah, and it's basically like a 3D building in all different directions. Like
so it's using abandoned space stations and old shits being cobbled together, and you rock up there 1 week, and it's you're landing here, and the next week that landing pad's not even there anymore. It's been shifted or moved somewhere else, and so like physically no longer there. It's not just it's not available to you; the whole block is gone.
Yeah, that's it. All right.
Yeah.
Badges. Go ahead.
I think it's going to be nice, that the fact that what we're seeing is so obviously human. It's a nice visual clue about what you can expect when you go to a place. So the fact that the majority of them are going to feel like that, it's really going to make it feel something otherworldly and different. Where you go to somewhere where there's a mix of cultures, or where you go to somewhere that is exclusively alien. And I think we're starting to see that come through, running around the Banu Defender, seeing the interior shots of the Gatak and the merchantman and all that sort of stuff. So expect that same sort of difference and that very, very kind of unique feel to extend to the landing zones.
All right. K9 Music asks, what do you think the next event starter ship will be? Similar to the Lunar Pisces or the Fortuna Cutter? So I guess what skin or ship would you expect us to see as a starter ship? An event skin. I guess is the easiest way to put it. Badges, you want to take a stab at that? I'm going to check you under the bus.
I kind of want to do the Halloween or the day of the Vara something, and then I was just trying to find a starter ship to put in there and say something like, because it's an absolute nightmare to fly.
I think a good one would be the Slasher Cutter. Like the Slasher Fan Cutter. Let's see what I did there. Anyway, that'd be a good one. Well, what about you, Algared?
Well, we've got the Coromir ships. We've got the Fortuna ships. Pick an event and give it a name, and then chuck a ship in an Aurora. I wouldn't mind seeing an Aurora get a new skin. I know it's got lots of skin. The Aurora's a funny one because it's got half a dozen skins in the store, but none of the blasted things work in game.
Thinking of the Fortunas for St. Patrick's Day, so I'm thinking of like either like a leprechaun or a pot of gold mule or something like that. Like you call it the leprechaun skin for the mule or the pot of gold, and it's just like totally shining gold. I don't know. I don't want to be a bit silly, but I don't know.
That'd be your executive ship, wouldn't it? The pot of gold.
I think it's kind of. I think it's
shiny bling.
I think it's a cruel irony and a bit Irish to make it like one of the cheaper manufacturers by Drake and then like make it all gold. I just think that's really fun.
A Kruger Intergalactic Pisces P52 Merlin.
What is the next event after Fortuna? I'm trying to struggle what it is. It'd probably be
Alien Week.
Invictus.
Alien Week and Invictus.
Yeah, it's it's gonna be a while. Another one after that.
Oh.
Right.
On
Shinobi-
Twitch.
Yeah, go for it.
North End Trooper says, within law, would Crusader make a stealth data running ship?
Would who? Sorry.
Would Crusader make
Crusader.
a stealth data running ship?
I'm gonna be honest. I think they got the MSR. I think, and we've got the Herald. I think whatever else has to kind of go to another manufacturer usually. I don't know what badges. You're the military guy. Besides Crusader and Drake, who else would do a hacking ship? I've got to go to Aegis at some point, or Anvil, surely, yeah, because of the military.
I mean, that would be hopefully something that Kruger would get involved in, maybe because you kind of think that those that vie for UE contracts might not want to get involved in the whole hacking scenario. But yeah,
well, we're data running. It's just carrying cargoes. So,
Algared, can you envision an Archimedes Merlin style ship that literally just attaches itself to you like a satellite? Like you drop it out of the Connie and it goes up and just like literally kind of stucks itself on you and just sits there and hacks you.
A limpet.
What? Sorry.
A limpet.
A limpet. Is that what is that?
A little fish clicks on the side of a
right,
shark and lives there, or the old limpet mines. You clack them onto the side of a ship and then boom and.
Got to get a team. You got to get an enemy teammate to shoot it off or something. That could be kind of interesting.
Yeah. Drake could call it the leech, I think. But yeah,
That's a good name actually, Algared. The leech. I like that. It's
I could see.
Or the parasite.
Companies do.
That's another good one. Yeah. I like the leech better.
I could see other data runners. I think while you're talking data runners, you've got to include the Razor. So the Razor is a data runner. It has data running. It has storage devices. It has.
Sorry, do you mean the Raven?
Sorry, the Raven. I always do that.
It's all good.
The Raven, not the Razor, but Raven.
Checking. Yeah, I knew what you meant. That's why I checked because I was like, oh wait.
But I even think the Razor the stealthy Razor probably could fit into that role as well. It's a stealthy ship. You fly. You carry some little pluggy things to data crystal type things, but the Raven certainly is a data runner. And I could see, even though that's a limited ship done under a promotion, I can see a variant of that coming out.
All right, Shinobi Trip has got a question. Let's bring this one up. Shinobi Trip asks, it's a statement. I wouldn't be mad if CIG implemented the new star map in-game as an interactive asset in the cartography rooms of the Carrack, e.g., and technically have 100 systems at launch. That makes sense to be able to use the map system that works between the different systems we have in-game. I can see that, like working in the mobiGlas also works on a cartography table. Yeah, I can see that. It makes a lot of sense.
But I think his idea is having all the systems listed. So you've technically got the 100 systems in game, even if your jump points aren't necessarily linked up to those systems. So yeah, I could see that.
Right. Corey Stone asks, thoughts on the whole C coming later this year? Do you think it is He's asked that like 4 times. No.
He did say something about apologies. I think he was jumping between platforms and wasn't sure if it had been answered.
Yeah, it's good.
And it is hard, people,
it takes a while for us to get the questions as well. So.
We do try to answer all the questions, so we just take them in the order they come, and unfortunately today it's even more mucked up because we're taking it from 2 streams. So because the bot is failing us. So
real quickly, Algared, do you think that the 890 jump might get a cargo increase because of the 600i getting a cargo increase?
The 890 jump's got a problem in that at present the cargo bay does not work.
Yeah.
So the cargo that the 890 carries currently is only the cargo that's around the hangar. So
Also, it's not really a cargo ship. It's a VIP transport. So I
yeah,
don't know.
it does have a fair size for what it is. It
Mm.
has a significant size cargo. If a cargo bay is working, it'd be nice to see both
Yeah.
cargo bays working.
Yeah.
Um,
So that was a question by Dan Little. Dan Little has a second question: is would you like to see more gold passes for ships that need it, or new ships? Well, gold passes are just before release. So no, I don't want to see gold passes because there's a lot of ships not done.
unless the ship just isn't working and can't be used.
Yeah.
Again, you got to
Yep.
prioritize what we need versus over what the game needs. And again, I'd still go to the new ships personally. Because you got to think of
You've got to
long
remember
term.
that gold passes are only temporary things. So ships can have multiple gold passes. So a gold pass now would bring them up to something like the Vulture. So you've got lights you can switch on and off. You can choose whether or not to lock doors on a panel. Think of the MSR and the way those door panels work versus the Connie, for example. When they go to having components on board, like physicalized components, that's going to require a gold pass for everything. And then on and on and on. So it's just going to keep getting done. So, they've got a balance. Yes, gold passes are important because you don't want to lose yourself. You don't want to leave yourself everything to do with the ships. But also, the money must floweth.
But it also comes down to the time you've got to work on the things. Like there'll be times when I've got a week, I've got a day or two, okay, and you're not on the team yet. Okay, look, we've got this job that needs doing. Work on that, So the allocation of staff doesn't necessarily putting someone to do a gold pass doesn't necessarily slow down anything else. It just might mean they're free at the moment, so they can do some work on that. So it's all part of a whole. But to pick up Execute's point, whatever's priority, and there's a backlog of ships. That's probably a bigger thing. If they need it done, you get that in. If there's a gold pass or update of a ship that's really required to get up to speed, you do that, and it's just
All right. Switchblade's question is: what would you want to see as the next Argo ship, excluding the MCV that was rumored? Well, it wasn't rumored; it was leaked. But yeah. Kind of come back to the one you said earlier, Algared. The variant of the mold that you suggested.
Yep, the mining, the salvage ship,
the salvage one. So that would work.
Yep.
I do eventually want to see a bigger Argo ship, like a capital or something like that, or I don't know. It's a tough one.
I'd like to see a more utility based ship for the Argo, because that's certainly something that's cargo related, but utility, but doing that type of stuff, like cargo, a port handling ship, something that can take mass cargo and convert, move it around and stuff.
Maybe we might see them do the medium carrier, between the Liberator and the Kraken. Who knows? We'll have to kind of wait and see.
Kelref has a question from Twitch. They say, what gameplay loops will be added with the advent of 4.0? Jump point scanning, repair?
We don't know. They haven't really, they've kind
of with 4.0,
they've kind of cut the roadmap a bit. So yeah, you'd have to assume a jump point though.
Yeah, so jump points are probably the big one we know. Or do they just give us jump point and expand on things like refuel and mining and salvage and flesh those out? Or do they add something brand new? So I could see the idea of repair, because as ships get damaged long distances, that fix it up now, drag it back type thing. But yeah,
there's two questions here by Jack O'Neill. Will SC get Titan class ships like Eve? No, not that big. And the second question he asked was, will we have cloaking in SC? No, there is no cloaking in SC.
Yep.
So yeah.
We'll have what? Sorry, in SC? What's the matter?
like
Cloaking.
invisibility.
Oh no, yeah. No magic invisibility cloak.
The invisibility is hides you from sensors, not from the eye.
Yeah. And if you want it, just in case you're not aware, Chris Roberts has out and out stated that.
Yep.
That is hard.
Lots of
No
times.
Yeah, another question here similar to that can be answered really quickly by Mike G, who said, what would you think of the whole E being convertible to a bunch of light or medium fighters instead of cargo? Call it the Wasp. They literally talked about putting ships inside the cargo containers and taking them in whole E's and D's. So that's not so far-fetched from
In fact, there is even concept art of a hull E or D with literally 300 eyes in kind of frames just clamped to the side instead of the containers. So will we get that? Don't know, but it's been concepted, at least thought about.
Well, if you think about it, it might be a good way for NPCs to transport, I want my ship transported from Terra to Stanton, and they do it on a whole series for you. So
Idle Hands has a question on Twitch.
Yeah, go for it.
I've got 4 questions left on Twitch, by the way.
Yeah, I've got shitloads more than that. Go ahead.
So we'll do this one, and we'll do a whole pile of those ones. So
yeah, makes sense.
They say,
do you just want to do all 4 of yours then, and then I don't have to keep flicking backwards and forwards. So do your 4.
All right. The 4 Twitch questions. So Idle Hands has a question. They say, will the real-time loading and unloading of physical items to and from ships kill cargo hauling, especially with security implications?
Yeah, so that's the question that I read earlier, and I said that was the question I forgot about.
Okay.
So for me, like where I'm going here is when you and I walked around the hangar that time. You can already see how all those systems are already there in game ready to go. The only security at this point is hangar private, not being able to use the elevator to go to other people's hangars is how I'd put it. I don't know how else to put that.
Yeah.
So some kind of elevator security or something like that, or like you need a card. You scan the card or something, or you put your thumbprint, or you put your Mobi-Glass, or whatever the security thing that they come up with, so other people can't just walk in your hangar and take your shit. And that's where I expect that would go. That fixes that problem. Then it just comes back to the bigger a hangar gets. We've already seen that, haven't we, Algared? Is that if a hangar gets bigger, you tend to have bigger things that can help load it. So just like there's a mule, and we're probably going to get a bigger vehicle that carries the bigger ones. It's the same analogy as that. The bigger the containers get, the quicker they are to load. So if you've got a whole C might take just as long, and I'm just going to be a really bad example, really bad. If you were loading a whole A with all the tiny little boxes, that might take just as long as the whole C is with all the really big boxes. You get where I'm going here, right? I'm trying to give an analogy, but it's not going to pan out the right way I'm trying to say. But you get what I'm trying to say, Algared?
Yep.
Badges. Anything you guys want to add to that?
I actually think the real-time loading and unloading of item and cargo is actually going to add to cargo hauling. If you're talking cargo hauling, oh no, I'm not going to make as much money. Yeah, you might not, because at the moment we go in, we go zap, sell, out, and it's instantaneous. That's not the way they want it. They basically want things to be balanced, and I think the current system is unbalancing in the long run. That's why people can make millions of pounds of, millions of credits, because they go and salvage and sell it all in one hit. Well, no, when you've got to unload and offload, it adds, how long does it take a pirate to unload a reclaimer once they've disabled it and taken out the crew? How long?
It's exactly right, because it actually makes it so, as an example, they have to protect themselves while they're pirating you.
Right. So if you're looking at that time for them to unload and they're in risk, why should you, when you're in a safe place with security looking after you, not have to sit there for 15 or 20 minutes while it's loaded, even if it's going automatically? And then that's giving you time to go do shopping or check out the station. So
just going to add to that real quick, because it also goes the other way, because if you have to invest an hour into your ship being loaded, you're going to want to protect it as well. Right. So the
Yep.
more time you invest, the more like it makes you go where I'm going. I don't.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, and on a station you can hire the NPCs to help you load and unload. So I don't think the real time stuff detracts from it. I actually think it adds to it. So badges.
Yeah. And you know, if any of you played Sea of Thieves, right, when that game first came out, going from A to B was remarkably pretty for about 3 minutes, and then it just became dull. And if you play it now, there are all sorts of things that people are doing between, you know, transiting there, moving their stores around. They are cooking food ready for the next time they go into combat. They are putting treasure maps back together. They're solving riddles on their ships. They're doing all sorts of stuff. And if Sea of Thieves can do it, then Jesus, this can do it. You know, and you're going to have all sorts of things that are going to solve that time. So there's going to be stuff to do on the landing zone, on planet, if you don't want to do the loading stuff. So whilst that loading is going on, you are going to be able to make credits if you want the NPCs to do it. So you can still do that. Just as Algared said, it's risk reward. Why would you be able to load instantly for free in a place where there's no risk for you to do so? You know, and the flip side of that is, you know, it's all tying in together. We know at the moment that you can get much closer to landing zones than you will otherwise be able to by quantum at the moment, because there's nothing to do.
It's that inverted pyramid, isn't it? Like as the cargo amount goes up and the risk versus reward, it's literally got to pan out. So if you're literally taking a whole system's worth of goods, like they've talked about the whole literally be, the ship itself costs less than the cargo it's carrying, which is kind of crazy to me.
Yeah,
but
exactly that. You know, but there's going to be so many other things for us to do. You know, so this whole oh well, I'm so bored. Like I've got I've got to fly 60 kilometers before I can get out of Horizon's atmosphere. It's like, no, you're gonna have plenty to do in those 60 kilometers. There's going to be stuff for us to walk around, solve on the, you know, fix on the ship. Do, you know, you're gonna have to, all the stuff that you just bought, you're gonna have to sort it around. Why would you do that on the planet?
If you
before taking off, when you can just do that in transit. So now you're, you know, making sure the food goes up the galley, the medical supplies have gone to sick bay. All of that's going to happen while you're flying. So yeah.
Thank you for the
Sorry,
subscription with Prime Agent 1213 or 12.
Woohoo.
Or is it? Thank you. Go ahead, Badger.
Apologies. Yeah, no, it's good. I can't salute or do anything with my right arm at the minute. You guys probably see me sitting, I'm massaging it, but
every so often you
done myself in.
You wince, yes.
Severe wanker's cramp is a real problem in the UK.
Do you know what? I've been single for 4 years. This was coming. For now. It's why my right arm is twice the size of my left arm.
Yeah. It's like that guy, what's that movie? One of the
Take my strong hand.
No, there's the guy. He only uses the dumbbell with one hand. It's a M. Night Shyamalan movie, and he's like, he turns out to be the protector or something in the movie, and he's just got like one giant arm and then like one scrawny arm. Anyway.
Yeah, exactly that. So I get your concerns with, you know, the security of ships, people sneaking away whilst you've got the hangar open to make things loading. You know, I get it. Hopefully, like I think, like X said, the most obvious solution is party-only access to that specific hangar. But we'll see. You know, hopefully they'll do something. If they don't do anything with it, then yes, it might kill cargo for a while.
And that is the movie Lady in the Water. You're right, Kilrath. That is what it was. Right, Algared, 3 down on Twitch to go.
Yep. So Max Zoll says, do you expect Mercury would have its second entrance in the new patch? Or in a near patch?
I think that'll be Gold Pass territory. I think we can all kind of agree on that one.
And that's one of those Gold Pass things that isn't an urgent thing. It's not really changing whether the ship works or not. And you know, to go back, you know, you
probably
do a Gold
when
Pass on the ship that might need it to make it work. That's not needed to make it work.
So the earliest I'd expect that Algared would be when data running comes in, like when that ship is needed. Yeah.
When they're doing something major on that ship and they go, okay, let's put that in. That's the type of thing you see those go.
All right. You got 2 left.
2 to go. And Walker 300. Do you think the Montreal team will focus on ship modularity, since that seems to be one of their expertise. I think it's every
It
if the
could,
ship they're doing has it, then they'll do it. If it
yeah,
doesn't,
probably.
they won't.
Yeah, that's a like how long
Um,
is a piece of string question.
mm.
Last one.
And the last one, and I'm assuming badges, you don't have any to chuck in. If you do, just pipe up.
Yep.
North End Trooper has a question. They say, what is the largest flight-ready ship that was released? Ooh.
Mule. Mole. Sorry, Mule. I did a
Mole, I
lot.
think
Mole is
Mole went that way.
Valkyrie's up there too.
Yeah, I'm going to say I can't remember.
That's it. Yeah, it's Valkyrie or Mule. Mole. God, I keep doing that. Yeah.
Yep.
All
Badges,
right.
do you recall?
Valkyrie was going to be the one I called because obviously I was sat there to watch it do its thing at CitizenCon.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Alrighty then.
All right, and that's all our Discord questions, or all our
Yeah. So Stefan the Yeti asks, what do you think of a Drake heavy fighter like the Ares series? I was reading it and then it disappeared. Hang on. However, 2 size 5 railguns, slow to shoot, and much longer cooldown times with the Drake, there's a chance if it runs hot, it explodes. Isn't that what I just explained before in the Ares? I swear I give people ideas and they don't. Anyway, whatever.
Hey, they want a Drake ship, not a
Yeah.
Crusader ship.
Wow, Library Science just raiding with a party of 39. Welcome, guys.
Hey, Library. Good to see you,
You join us. You join us in the sub-waiting room of 318. We are in the waiting for ISC, waiting for 318. So
Yeah, so
there's basically lots of waiting. We are in a virtual queuing simulator. Welcome. The line starts all the way back there.
Yeah. I think Library hangs out a lot with Expat, yeah? I think you do, Library. I could be mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he has to raid and run.
No worries, Library. You
enjoy the food, man.
Yeah, get something to eat, buddy.
Yeah. All right. What are we on
to go back to that question.
Yeah, go for it. Sorry.
No, is my short answer. You've got the Drake Buccaneer, but Drake Buccaneer I think is a great ship.
It's a light fighter. He did say heavy.
Yeah, he did say heavy. And then really going up, they've got the Cutlass, which originally was, the heavy fighter that could do cargo and have crew. And they said, oh, well, it's gone more to a cargo ship, and that's why it wallows like a whale, and they brought out the Buccaneer. And now they've come back with, but the Cutlass is a good ship. It does fly well. It is a good size, and it is overgunned, and it does have crew, and that is your heavy fighter, isn't it? Really?
Hey, well, I was going to say, what if you did Badgers? Now, you would be the one to speak on this, Badgers. Can you see them making an armored version of the Cutlass? Could that be a thing?
I don't know. I mean, the idea of a heavy fighter, so I just go back to the original idea very quickly of being 2 people. Isn't that just 2 people strapped to a missile as opposed to the Buccaneers 1 person strapped to a missile?
Not really. Not all heavy fighters are 2-seaters. The F8 Lightning's not 2-seater.
No, this is true. But yeah, I mean, yes, possibly with a Cutlass, but I think there's enough variants of that thing, and the last variant broke it. So yes. I think that's the Cutlass. Yeah, please stop doing that to the Cutlass.
But I think the Cutlass is the Drake heavy fighter.
The Cutlass Iron. Oh, yeah.
Oh my god, yeah.
Well, it broke it in so many ways. Like, they had this really cool convention of colors, and then they just go steel. Why didn't they just call it silver or chrome or
the Cutlass mauve?
Purple, yes, we love that one. Yeah,
I think Algared would politely call the Cutlass brown, is what he would call it. I
do like the black. I think the black is.
No, I meant they should have called the steel the brown because it's the Cutlass shit. Anyway.
Yes, it is. It is an abomination.
Yeah.
It is. Distant.
If you haven't figured, like, the Cutlass steel is Algared's favorite ship.
Yeah. Actually, that's what we want from CIG now. Yeah, like they did with Paul Redeemer Shelley. That we want the like an unmeltable, unupgradable Cutlass steel for Algared. I think that'd be funny. Anyway,
It has impacted my my upgrading of my pack. I'm really
and if someone has enough steals together in a bundle that are giftable, he will happily trade one of his javelins for them.
no.
No.
few people in.
No. Don't give them false hope.
There's
You
a-
are an evil man.
How'd you feel about a luxury cutlass with a hot tub and free cat girls? Someone's just suggesting that in Twitch chat.
Look, people, that old man Hurston likes cat girls. He understands UU are the United Workers Union, right? He doesn't understand them as cat girls. Paul's argument was that the cat, he's hurting them for other stuff. If he is doing that, and for our cat girls, they are there to appease the workers. I personally think that, given that Paulie is the barkeep who mixes Evercrack, the Evercrack drink, that the cat girls are what people see under the influence of Evercrack, in their hallucinogenic state. That's just my view. That's just my view. I could be totally wrong.
In all seriousness, we need to band together. We need to protect Algared because someone accused him of being a furry, and that's why he shaved his beard off. So we've got to look after him. Sorry, mate.
Bus cut.
I'm in so much trouble.
I will never be a furry.
Yeah.
Ever.
Absolutely.
So, yes.
Alrighty then.
But I do see so much chat talking about how evil Hurston is, and yeah, they do have a horrible work contract. But then they do have a nasty environmental attitude on their planet, but they do build the defense platforms. They do one of the only two places where the resources needed for making anti-matter weapons is produced. But that same material is also what's required for quantum fuel. So they are one of two places that make the material, the component, chemical, and refine it that's used in quantum. The only other place that makes it is Quarterdeck. And so the big problem I have is that, yes, the workers at Hurston are probably treated as bad as prisoners on Quarterdeck, and that's a problem. And it's a shame that Hurston only take care of the minimum requirements for safety rather than that they're required by law. But they do have, everyone does get free healthcare.
Right.
What was it you called the random voice line sex? Was it wild lines?
That's what they call
wild lines.
Yeah.
So I think we need to suggest a new wild line for Hurston, which is something along the lines of, the results of the last workers' satisfaction survey are in. Beatings will continue until morale improves.
No. They'd be saying the worker satisfaction votes are in, and we have a 95% worker satisfaction rating at present.
Needs to be some kind of office way up in the tower that you can walk past and you just hear, "Oh, old man Hurston." Implying he's having his way with a cat girl.
I think that, it's a bit like you hear people saying, with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Putin is being fed gibberish from the underlings, and that's what the Hurston executive are. They're being fed false information from their underlings, which means they don't necessarily know what's going on. But they're not meaning to be evil.
All right, Jack.
They just Anyway, next question.
Between you and Algared, this is becoming very hard to do.
I am not a furry.
All right, so Jason Howe asks, what about a criminal ship that is able to catch up to a ship in quantum like the Hull ships and sneak up and detaching a container? Hyperspace pickpocketing. Reminds me of that ship in one of the Star Trek movies for some reason, because you're not meant to be able to attack other ships in quantum. I don't know. I'd be more likely to have that as a pirate. I don't know. I don't know what I think about that, to be honest with you.
Isn't that just a play on your hacking ship?
Not really, because you're essentially taking it off the other player. So you're detaching a cargo crate. And then the downside to that is that only works with the hull series because all other ships have internalized cargoes. So isn't it a bit too niche? It's like heavily targeting the hull series. I don't know.
Wouldn't a data hacking ship that's leeching on a MSR do the same?
Well, the hacking though is like interfering with the ship, and you're kind of trying to disable it or whatever. So maybe there's some people up ahead or people that are trying to that are attacking it essentially. You're helping bring it down, as opposed this thing is just stealing. Yeah, I just a little bit too limited in the gameplay for me. But yeah. Good time says, do you guys face any others? All right. Oh, here we go. I'll just put this up as a question. I'm pre-reading them now because some of them have been weird. Do you folks watch or consume any other Star Citizen content? Anyone's streams or videos you'd recommend? Badges? Anyone
There's a really good-looking guy who does a channel, Drinkers
Space
with Gaming
Tomato?
Problems.
Yeah, he's pretty good looking.
I would recommend that dude. Go talk to him.
Yeah.
But
he's clearly never looked in the mirror.
That's a little bit strong coming from you, dude. But yes, no, I think I try to keep an eye on what's going on. I don't know. I know you guys are the same.
Yeah.
But yeah, just keeping an eye on what's going on. I think the only content creators I'll actively not watch are the ones who I know are just in it to be negative, or that are just that they default to the most negative, or the most kind of oh well, I'm just going to interpret it like this for the memes, because it's so easy to be negative about stuff.
There was
right?
there was an incident on Twitter yesterday. Actually, someone basically did a video about John Crew saying they didn't trust him, and this particular person, I'm not going to mention them because I really don't like them, but every time I've ever seen a video they've ever done, they very clearly show that they don't know what they're talking about, because they'll come out and say things and it's like, you're factually incorrect. Just repetitively, like it's like they're trying to make the videos as negative as possible just to get people to click it and watch it, and you are not going to retain people with lies. It just doesn't work. As for myself, I try to watch as many different, like I even do watch people like that I hate, right across the board to keep myself balanced. So I watch all these boys' content as much as I can anyway. You obviously sometimes you can't watch all of it. I also, the big thing for me is going out and meeting new people. I love to get on Twitch and I just go, drop into a channel and see what they're doing, and sometimes I strike up a conversation and I run into people. Like that's how I met Expat. I met them through a couple other streamers and we ended up talking for ages. I don't know, that's my thing. Meeting new people and new content creators is something I like to do, because the new people often have a very different perspective on the more established people, and it often changes the way I think. So yeah. Algared, what about you?
I like to occasionally get out and watch others. I don't always get as much time to do that, so I watch Paul, I watch Space, Expat, Voidy vids occasionally, and sometimes I'm just clicking through and title catches me and I'll watch it, and sometimes I'll watch 5 seconds of it and go, nah, that's not me. And other times,
same.
A title that I don't think will catch me, but I recognise the name, I'll go, I'll give that a go, and I'll end up watching a whole lot. So, I do watch them, but not as much as I'd like, because real life is just real life, and you can't do as much as you'd like. So
you got to watch. Well, you got to watch some though, just to keep yourself balanced. So like, even though I know I hate that person's content, I will watch it because I want to know what not to do as well. But at the same token, there are people that go completely the other way and they're too positive. So I like to keep myself checked and balanced. I think that kind of covers it. Badges, you were going to say something before too. You went to say something about Algared Talk. Did you want to add?
Well, I was going to say, the first thing I was going to say is that you going out and watching other channels is entirely the reason I'm here. You reached out to me via email, and that was it.
Yep.
I think the other part I would say is that it's very easy on the internet. Negativity is just part of the culture, and it's easy to crap on stuff. It's easy to decide that it's not, I remember going back. I made a video about No Man's Sky when it first came out, before I was really taking content creation seriously. But it is on my channel, and at the end of that video, I said, "Give them the time to fix it." And all right, I wasn't quite expecting 5 years when I said that, but they were given time. They fixed it, and it's an infinitely better game than it is now. Player numbers are up. It's not a wasted endeavor.
Yep, 100% agree.
And I think, I've had a number of comments from people who have said, "Thank you for saying what you said in this video or that video." It is nice to hear someone just being positive about the game. And I have been, and I know it happens to both sides, right? I know White Knights do this to the people who are negative. Even if it's the only time they're ever negative, they'll get jumped on by White Knights. But, it's part of our channel here at Inforunners. It's part of my channel at Dreams with Gaming Problems. It is, disagreement is fine, as long as you don't get personal about it.
Yeah.
We're all okay. You don't have to disagree. And actually, if we all thought the same, how boring it would be.
Yeah. I think a classic is looking at our ship tier. It's one of the few times we get together all year, in a year, and all of us are there, and we just go, okay, what do you reckon of this ship? And we all indicate a number. Now, I know some people will say, do it beforehand, get the numbers in and save time, but it is literally that doing it all at the same time really helps.
Yeah.
And sometimes our views are totally varied. Sometimes we're all on the same page, and
if you watch the video, Paul Sharp in front was just doing the whole column. I'm like, Paul, stop you, because he was ruining it. Like it does influence other people's shit.
I know where it was coming from though, because we both had captain's table to get to, and we got 2 hours. Oh, we've got 30 minutes. Oh, we got 10 minutes. We're now late.
I do need to go check the comments, but I'm pretty sure there's still going to be someone there bitching at me. There always is, every single time.
It's the Inforunners ship tier list, or as I like to call it, I'm just here to shit on the Endeavour.
Yeah.
The Crucible.
I still think we could go back to what you did just before the episode aired, just take that whole first page and just write.
No. That wasn't my point of view. That was your point of view. It was just like everything that's under a few $100. Should we just write them off now and save ourselves 45 fucking minutes?
I think it was closer to 50, but
there's two different things. There's rating them based on value and then rating them as actual ships. And right there, we're actually rating them as ships. We're not rating them as value. So there's a clear difference.
It's more rating them.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's a bit of both, because I rate them. You rate them based on what you like, and sometimes you say, well, I really like this ship, but I'm not giving it a 1. I'm giving it a 3 because it's just not worth buying in game, or buying now. It's worth buying in game, but I really like this ship. So it's kind of there is that kind of back and forth in there, even in our thinking. But it's, why do we rate this ship this way? And sometimes you go, okay, well, I didn't expect you to say that. How come? So it's quite I quite enjoy it. It's a time when all of us get together. So it's
right. Jason Howe asks, will we ever see any saucer, spherical, cubical, cylindrical, or pyramid-shaped ships? I think that's probably why his names just evaporated from my head. Left because they wouldn't make his saucer ship. The guy's name has just totally gone out of my head. You know the guy that the guy that he used to work with John Crew all the time.
Yep.
Having a total mental blank.
Nathan.
Nope.
Nathan Beardsley? No. I know who you mean.
Yeah. No, he said Carrot Killer. He's the one that said Carrot Killer.
Yeah. Like I said, I knew who you meant.
Someone will tell me in chat when it comes up, and we'll remind you then. Anyway, well, let's move on to the next one. Where are the org tools? When do you think they will make them a priority? When they're needed? We don't need orgs yet because there's no game to play.
Citizen Kate is someone I do like to occasionally watch as well.
Yeah, I watch a little bit of hers. sometimes they get a bit long in the tooth for me. I'm not a big
Yep.
gameplay guy because I can just play it myself. It's like cricket or any sports. I much prefer to play the sport than watch other people play it. I'm one of those people. So
Paul
yeah.
Jones, that's who it was.
Paul
Yep.
Jones, that's the one. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Who was that?
That was
Migor.
Mega
Thank you, Migor.
Mega 59.
What do you think about your elite ship being a pirate class ship that allows for players to connect and board player ships via air docks? Back when the cutter first came out, I actually suggested a really cheap version of the cutter that just magnetically attaches to other ships. So that would be my version of that, is a cutter drop ship that is just cheap and nasty and kind of completely disposable.
Aren't we pretty much on the Legionnaire here? Isn't that pretty much that function?
A little bit like that, but the Legionnaire is a bit more robust and armored. So here he's saying a
No, I
pirate.
don't-
He does also state a Pyrrhus class ship, so I think that really does fall in the Drake domain. But I think yours is the military version of that, yeah? Would be the Legionnaire, yeah.
I could the Asperia version of the Tavaran landing craft, the sneaky ship, the and I've just forgotten the name.
The Prowler.
The Prowler.
Yeah.
Because it literally did sneak up onto UE ships and drop off troops to go and run sabotage missions in the ships during fights. That was one of the things it did. There's not much further, and yes, thank you, Blaze, for that as well. It was the Prowler I was thinking of. The voice helped as well. But do that job, and it's not as much removed to have that unload all the troops to board the ship and do that. So, and that was a ship that could latch onto, or said it could latch onto a ship with its grav lev and do whatever. So we've kind of got one. It's just not a cheap and nasty Drake ship.
All right. Red Cloud asks, little secret, sometimes I wish I owned a real life MSR. A man can dream. What would a real life ship for you be if you could pick one in the modern world? It's a tough one.
The Prowler.
Probably be
Right
up
off the
there.
bat.
No, you could sneak
No,
up on people.
No contest.
It is a sneaky ship. I'm surprised you didn't say Perseus.
Yeah.
No, I don't have that many friends in real life, so I wouldn't have the people to crit.
No, I think I'd have to kind of go Javelin or Kraken, because like rocking up like above the White House and just going, "Take me to your leader" would be kind of funny. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I've always wondered what that would be like if you were an alien and you rocked up on the White House lawn, like how that would act. Like, you know, like Superman just like flying above the White House and like they're like, what are you doing? What's going on? You know, always I want to see the look on their face type of thing.
I remember Independence Day in the cinemas when the aliens blew up the White House. And I'm sorry, guys, for you Americans, the Australian cinema audience cheered.
Yeah, I remember that too. They're like,
yeah! They didn't like it when they blew up the Sydney Opera House and the Opera House. And,
they didn't.
but, you know, but yeah, they actually cheered when the aliens destroyed the White House. I don't know why.
Do you know what I remember about that film? Those ships opening fire, incinerating tens of thousands of people a second across the globe. And what was everyone worried about? The fucking dog in the back of that car. Boomer! It was like, oh, the people dying, you know, kids, babies, whatever. Save the dog!
There's literally movies now where we're the bad guys. Look at Avatar. We're the bad guys.
Yeah. You've got to look after the animals, you know, like no animals were harmed in the filming of this film.
Oh, here's a good question. This is a really good question. The Canine Music says, what decision has CIG made in the past that each one of you has disagreed with the most? No? Okay. Nothing, apparently.
That's a very, very good question.
But there are some things that I think are too contentious to raise. So,
I think the worst thing they've ever done that I kind of really struggled to forgive is the naming thing. where we can't have bespoke names for our ships. That really, really, really disappoints me. It sounds like such a little thing, but the ability to name, like it's that they literally call it our journey and stuff like that. If I can't name it the name I want, I instantly disassociate with it. And it's the same in any MMO you ever play. If you can't have the name that you want and you've got to make up a random name, like I can't get execute, so I've got to put 3s in it and T's and underscores and all that shit. It just breaks it because that's not the name that I use. So
And, yeah, I do get that one as well because each ship has an individual number anyway. So it's not as if
exactly.
you need to, or you can't have execute because he's got execute. It's you'll execute on hull number 45621 and
Well, it's
he's
like
execute on hull number 2200.
It's like in Discord or Battle.net with Blizzard. They have a name and then a number, and the number's bespoke to you. But there can be, 50,000. Well, I think on Discord I've got that number after my name, and that's why they do that. So everyone can have the name that they want, and that's what they should have done. They should have just made it so that it's any name that you want, and the serial number is bespoke to you. But they've gone the other way, and I fundamentally disagree because if I can't have the name that I put it this way, when the carrot dropped with the names, it took me like a week to find a name that I even half liked. And I'm not happy with the name that I have, right? And I can't be the only one that's got that, right? But I just don't like that restriction. And I don't know. Chat, let us know. Are you guys disappointed? But that for me is the big one. Because I can forgive everything else because it's a game, but like that one I can't forgive because it just ruins my experience. And it's fixable.
And see you, Jack. Thanks for hanging out. We know real life takes precedence and you got to go. So
see you, buddy.
Take care. Thanks for hanging out. Yes, it has been 4 hours.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. Angry PC Tech. Something does look different. He's got an arse on his face. I don't know what it is, but anyway. Yeah. Right.
Rude. Well, I'll say rude.
That's my job. Right. Next question. Badges, did you have one? Worst decision they ever made?
Look, I mean, people in chat have got some good ones, things about the CCUs and stuff like that, and whatever. I think, I think we kind of saw that coming. There's only so long they can go on selling $750 ships for, at a 66% discount if that's what they want to do. I think. For me, it was the decision to take bits off the roadmap and to only let us see one patch ahead. Now, the more I think about it, the more I get why they're doing it. But the problem is they were never going to have the effect they wanted, which was to quell the trolls, because the trolls are going to be there anyway. The people, server meshing when, pyro when, persistent entity streaming when, modularity when, that's just going to continue. And yes, you've got those of us that say it's funny, but you've also got the people who just on and on and on. And it was like it was funny the 6th time, 7th is pushing it.
Yeah.
So those people are always going to be there. They were never going to be banished by what CIG did to stop us seeing patches. The only people that really stood to lose anything out of that were those of us that were just interested in what was coming. I never really got upset by stuff coming off the roadmap. I have been around project management stuff, botched project management stuff in the military more than enough to know that not every plan survives contact with the enemy intact.
You little shit. Just setting up the webcam. The second I set up the webcam, he leaves. Anyway, fine. Be that way, son of a bitch.
I kind of, I could see it coming that, things would have to change and whatever else. So that didn't bother me. I feel like the only people that really lost out were backers, people that were interested in what was going on.
I suppose for me, the only, and it is a contentious issue, but it's the least contentious issue of those that I've disagreed with, is LTI. I've always held that LTI should be on
Same.
everything we buy with cash or
Yep.
credits now,
Yep.
and anything that's bought in game doesn't have LTI or doesn't have insurance, but anything we buy with cash or credits now has LTI. I know they stopped doing the LTI on everything because it was a promise to the OG backers that things are a bit cheaper. I know they said that things would be cheaper if you bought it early and that, but the LTI issue is just what I just think. Look, just be done with it. Just say everything that's bought with
Yeah.
cash and credits now because it's cash has LTI. And
They've
just
done
be
it.
done with it.
They've done it to use it for FOMO tactics. They've bastardized it, and it would make it so much easier for new people if it just wasn't that way. Yeah.
So, and I know it's a FOMO-y thing. I know it boosts sales, and I know CIG from the get-go. I can remember watching Disco even before, when Disco was just making videos. Saying, hey, LTI, you guys are on about LTI. It's not big. It's just it's a convenience. It's going to be really cheap. And Chris saying it time and time again, it's not a big thing. You'll be able to buy it with a single mission and get a month. But it was always that security blanket. It was always, I know that my ship is safe. I'm not going to lose it. And it'd just be, if you bought it with cash, if you're going to have LTI for anything, just give LTI to everyone.
Okay. Next question.
The cat's name is Dog.
Is what? It's dog.
Dog meat.
That is Jax, and he's sitting over there being a little shit, aren't you?
Well, that won't happen ever. But yeah.
Yes. Right.
Next question.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. Hold on.
Yep.
I'm gonna do 30
I'd look,
seconds
but
once.
I can't find them. So yeah.
It was by. Really hard to track though, because it's not like as good as our bot. All right.
We don't like not having our bot.
No, I do not like not having the bot. Little secret. Oh, there we go. So we're up to this one. Will we ever see gas gathering ships like the mining ship? We better. That makes a lot of sense to me.
Well, that's a Starfarer.
Yeah. So the start. So yeah. But we've speculated that there's probably 3 more ships coming in.
And we expect there'll be more of them. So, well, Starfarer. Oh no, it's not the I was going to say an Odyssey, but that's actually a mining ship. So
yeah.
But Starfarer is the first one, and I expect those ones of 100i with their kind of fuel scoop and what do they call it, the air system. So yes,
it's not quite the same because the
but it's not.
Yeah, that's a refueling themselves thing, not actually collecting gas.
Yeah, whereas the Starfarer is literally doing collecting it and refining it for other ships, but there'll be others.
Yeah. Let's see, guess. So Corey, what's the smallest quality of life change that you think will have the largest possible impact on the game as it moves through development? Man, the star map. That's the one thing I want this year more than anything. I said that to Space Tomato during the weekend. Like, if all I get is an upgraded map, I'll be happy as Larry, because it's just it just makes it really hard to play the game at the moment. It's just detrimental, and I think I could expand that out if I was to expand it into the Mobiglass stuff, like some of the Mobiglass apps, because they're just not done it. They're still doing Flash and stuff. Like there was that's actually a really big change actually in 3.18 that I don't think we've ever really discussed is when you are loading ships now, it just takes the time. Like if it's a bigger ship, like you remember there were times where it would just freeze and not load anything because the ship was too like you tried to load a reclaimer, it just wouldn't load. Now it just takes longer, but it does eventually load. So it's just a small quality of life improvement because now you can actually look. Like I used to have to constantly flick back between ships trying to get it to load. I don't know if you guys have had that issue as well. All right.
Quality of life for me.
Yep.
The ASOP terminal's not timing out. That'd be a nice one.
Yep, that doesn't count, Algared. That's a you problem. 100% a you problem.
It's a whale problem. But having the maps updated so that you could actually find the jump point, the jump point markers would sometimes you go and they just don't work. So having those fixed would be great as well.
Yeah, I've got to say it's all around that map and that mobigraph, but mainly the map. Kobe42 says in chat, not having to open the star map to set your destination to your mission. It should come up with your track. It should just set your destination as well if it can. The other thing I would like to do is cleaning up of the quantum markers. So if you're on a planet,
I was gonna say just maybe have an option because some people might want it that way and some people might not. So yeah, an option to go either way.
Yeah, absolutely. But have it stuff in. So when you're on a planet, you start up your quantum drive. It shows you what's in orbit for where you are, and then if you scroll up again, it shows you what's around in your system or in your planetary well. So the planets and the moons, and then you scroll up again, and it shows you the rest of the system, rather than what we have at the minute, which is I'm trying to run from something or whatever else. I switch my quantum drive on, try to find something that's not too far away that I can jump to, and it's like, holy cow, look at it, and half of them, because I'm in a small ship, are coming up with not enough fuel. So, yeah.
God, help me, yes.
Yeah, there's just confused screaming from the inside of my C8R until I explode in a nasty, foreign, death ball.
So this next one I'm going to answer really quickly, which is, do you think we'll ever have in-game city missions where you don't have to get into ships to complete? Yeah, they've literally said as much. So yeah. Waffles Insanity asks, do you think the Retaliator rework will be here soon? It did say 6 months, but it should have already been. Yeah, that was back in. I'm trying to remember what month that was. It's easily been 6 months though. So maybe it's been delayed slightly. I don't know.
I think we would have expected it at the end of the year, but I've given it's a military ship. IA is where I'd expect it.
It's not a bad idea. I was thinking the same thing.
I think it's likely for them to be reworking one ship at a time, and as we know at the moment, they are bowls deep on the 600Is.
Sounds like someone had the same thought as me here. Mike G said, if the whole steel, I think he means the steel cutlass steel had a whole. I don't know. I'm just gonna read out how he put it. If the whole steel had a heavy armor like it should have, would that change your mind?
No,
yeah, it's definitely the cutty steel.
It's so broken in English. I'm struggling so bad. Is it the whole, or is it the cutlass steel? I'm really lost, but yeah.
Oh, good. I'm glad that you really took time to
really mull it over. No,
I'm not sure it's supposed to have had a heavy armor. It's Drake, and I know people always say Drake have no armor. They do have armor. It's just thinner than everyone else. It's all their armor has always been described as paper thin.
Yeah,
even when you look at the design documents for the Corsair, it's paper thin compared to its competitors.
But also, Algared, we've seen exceptions to the rule like that with the cutter. So that's why I asked the question about what if we had a heavy armored cutlass. I think it could change the game a little bit.
And when you were saying that, I was thinking, and we do have a cutter that has been, it is described, it is the most undraked ship of Drake ships because it's described as the heaviest armored ship of its class and of its size.
I thought the Cutty did have option to take extra armor.
No,
you just fill it full of people and you sit in the middle.
No, it just comes with extra armor. Right.
I think the who
is old man Hurston's favorite Uwu girl?
The United Workers Union, none of them. They're rebels.
All right, we've got a couple of questions left. I'm trying to get through these as quick as I can because I am about to pass out. Game mechanic ideas. How about making inventories for trash bins so junk can be easily disposed and citizens can look in garbage bins? He wants homeless people gameplay. That's what he's asking for. Want to get my hobo on. Yeah, if that's your thing.
Instead of Star Citizen, Star Hobo.
Yeah.
Hobo
Citizen.
You want the dumpster bins to be able to be put rubbish in.
Yeah, he wants a real rags to riches story as well.
I refuse to play this game until dumpster diving is a thing.
Yeah. All right. So it's my first time going to CitizenCon this year. What is it like, and what can I expect? I've never been. You tell me once
Yep.
you've been. Let us know.
Yep.
Half-sack.
You've
Good
got
fun, mate. Make sure you find out when the events are before and afterwards, because they normally meet up the night before to have not so much the staff, but everyone that's going. They'll CIG will tell you where everyone's meeting up the night before. Go there, meet up the day afterwards, and just take the time to stop, speak to people. Everyone's there. Everyone's really friendly. It's all the same aim. Just go and enjoy yourself. Really enjoy yourself. The best thing I can say is they'll give you a timetable when you get close, is plan out exactly what it is you want to see in case they have multiple panels on at once. So have a think about what it is you want to go and watch.
And I'm like X, I've never been, so tell us.
Yeah. All right, I think this next question's tailored at me. Waffle Insanity asks, question, what happened between y'all and the Caterpillar? You used to call it the best daily driver, always rated it 1 on your ship ratings. The last show you gave it a 2. Why? For me,
I thought you explained that. But
I thought I did, but maybe I didn't. For me, it's the modularity stuff.
Mm.
They brought out the Galaxy and they didn't give us the modules for the Caterpillar, and I'm just sick of not knowing what's going on. And now we more than likely have lost some of those modules to the Galaxy. So that, I don't know, I'm kind of a bit pissed, I guess, is probably the easiest way to explain it. I want some more details on ships that I own, and I'm holding on to this shit because they've said it's going to have this shit, and now they're taking shit away from it while I'm holding on to it. It's frustrating, you know, and I don't think you would, I don't think it's decent to release another ship that treads on another ship when you don't have full details of the first ship. Just a bit awkward. But they don't want to, you know, bring it out because they're worried it's going to tread on other ships. They're worried about sales before us, and that kind of annoys me, to be honest. Algared, did you want to speak to that one? Or?
No, I think I gave it a 2 or a 3, and whatever I gave it, you could add 1 if you want, because I just marked it down because it was Drake. You know, so
instant point loss if it's a Origin ship. I need to start doing that. I've had 2 with that. I just mark it on what it actually is. Anyway, well, I'm not a manufacturist like you are, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Next one is by, do you think we should be able to sell ships from our fleets? They've kind of said that probably more than likely will be a thing in the final game. So, yeah, it's no problem. All right, there's a couple more ones that have snuck in here. So there's 2 left, and then I'm going to call it a day. Waffle Insanity goes, do you think we will see cargo missions like the ones for salvage, and that would they be a mining and salvage missions ahead of the much needed cargo? I think we'll see missions for all of them eventually. All of them.
Yeah. I would go and find the one that you've done very, very recently about cargo and watch that because they talked about the cargo missions that were coming.
I would argue they're already in the game. They're called box missions. They are the simplest form of cargo mission you're going to get. So, yeah. All right. I'm seeing people sneak questions in, and you're not getting any more. Algared, go for the last Twitch one.
Okay, we got the last Twitch one. It did come in at 10:22, so
yeah, it was a while ago.
So,
yeah.
So Red Baroque said, "Do you think the last ISC about building interiors is another example of scope creep, since so many others to be implemented?" And my thought to that is no. I think it's them fleshing out the game to do the thing they always wanted to do.
Yeah. I think we said that well last week. It's just them tools within tools. You know, it's an upgrading or the extensions of tools they already had. Hey, Aussie Viking, good to see you, man. In Twitch chat.
Yep.
Hello, Aussie.
They've got so much to add in terms of tools. So much just waiting on server meshing, PES, the whole lot. That there are things that just can't be added. You know, at the minute, clearly with the gameplay loops that's happening at the moment. So, you know, is it going to? Are things going to take longer because of it? Yeah, sure. But we were always going to get interiors to locations. That was always going to happen, and that was, you know, going to be past just the shops that we have. So, yeah,
Wow. Okay, so Croncy's actually streaming now. We don't rarely get to raid Croncy because he normally Ray does it for us. So I think on Twitch we'll get you we'll raid into Crunchy. Tell him his beard shit. And he's too tall. Oh, I actually call him a leprechaun. He fucking hates
Yeah.
that. So call him a leprechaun. He hates that so much.
He's a leprechaun.
Yeah.
Thank you, Red Cloud, for £2 super chat or €2 super chat. Thanks for being awesome content creators. Oh shucks, golly gosh, gee whiz.
Thank you for that. So I appreciate it. All right. Thank you for joining us today. I hope you guys had a good stream and enjoyed us. We went way over time, 4.5 hours. Normally only do 3, so hope you guys enjoyed that. What we might do this weekend, Algared, before we raid off, is
when I
a reaction
to
video.
ISC, yeah. When at event based on so.
Right,
if you guys catch yourselves with nothing to do on Sunday from 9 till 11 UK time, you can catch me streaming Drinkers with Gaming Problems on YouTube or DGP on Twitch.
And I should also plug the Crux Cup because there is a practice for the Open, the Aurora Classic, and V class this weekend. So
I'll try and come around and annoy badgers because that's my favorite pastime. All right, with that, everyone on Twitch, thank you for joining us. We're going to send you on your way. YouTube, say goodbye to Twitch. YouTube, say goodbye to
and
Twitch.
don't forget Twitch. Tell Croncy he is a leprechaun.
Yep, from us. Yep, spam him some of those execute me emotes too. He fucking hates that too. All right, catch up.
Cheers. Take it easy.
All right, guys on YouTube, thank you for joining us. As I said, we'll try and get a shot to you guys this weekend. As always, let us know your thoughts and comments below. And other than that, is there anything you guys want to add?
Like, subscribe, hit the bell, join us on Patreon, do a super chat if you like, and thank you, Waffles Insanity, for that $5 super chat. I just want to let you guys know I love you guys. Oh shucks, wasn't being critical. Just love to hear your all opinion because I value them. Thank you again.
Oh, thank you, Waffles. It's good to be
appreciated and loved. And shucks, golly gosh.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because I can tell you now, when we go in other places like Facebook, people freaking scream at me. I'm like, you have no idea what you're talking about. But anyway, I don't know. I've learned that I need to stop fighting with people in text. It is really bad.
You just go, yeah, whatever.
Yeah. So that's where I'm at now. I realize they're crazy and I just label them and move on. All right. With that, then, I think we'll call it there. He's been Badgers. He's been Algared.
He's been Execute, and we're out of here.
We'll catch you in the next one. Bye-bye.